You know, if I could start every single show talking about the gloriousness that is our Lord and Savior, Lady Dimitrescu, I
Oh,
would.
you know, we're just talking about titties, and I feel like those titties are something to like just come and just sit down on me and just face full of titties. Just
Death by snoo snoo. Death
that's
by
my
snoo snoo.
sister. I want it. I need it. Please give it
I
to
want
me.
it. I need it. It was sorry, we're on a
It
mood.
was delicious. It's
Yes,
my Shark Week, guys.
I just finished. Oh my
You just
god.
finished? Oh,
Oh,
no.
you know
It's
who
a
else
bad
just
time for
finished?
both of us. Yeah. Mhm.
Amethyst just finished.
Yeah. I did.
Lemon. Oh my god.
What?
Oh, that's
We're
not good if we're
syncing
all
up.
sinking.
We're all syncing up. How am I syncing up with you via doing this?
Girl,
That's
if I
great.
could give you the answer to that, I have no idea because it should not be possible.
It should not be possible. It made sense when I was in an all women's school and, like, some of us would end up thinking, but you're right next to each other. I feel like
Exactly.
online, this should not be happening. You live in a different country. How is this happening?
You know, only the finest of things happen here.
Ugh,
Only
and
the
we love it.
finest. We
Oh,
sync up. We sip our dumb bitch juice gently.
oh.
Oh, cheers, by the way. Make sure
Cheers.
if you guys are watching, share, like the stream out. We started a little late, but
Mhm.
we're having a little difficulties. You know, it's a
Oh,
Tuesday.
it's me, I'm the difficulties, it's me.
Yeah.
It's
She didn't.
1000% me every time.
I had pants on this time, surprisingly, before she did. So
Yeah, I was missing my pants. I was running around trying to find my pants, and it's not like there's sometimes I can get away with no pants, and what's not gonna happen with what I'm wearing. So,
pants are evil, but you know what's
pants
not evil? How cute you are.
didn't I say for you to stop making
No, no, I can't. I can't. I gotta keep the Riz on point and make sure that all the
and she has
ladies
to
and
watch
the men's
Red.
feel good.
Mm,
Everybody should feel good.
and I do feel good, especially around you. Can I make you blush a little? I made you blush a little.
That's just that's adorable. Shut the hell up.
I love
Shut the
being
hell up.
adorable with you. This is what we do.
What's been going on with you in the past week when we covered? Oh, what did we do last week? ESRB, or not last week? The week before.
Um, um, cool things, not really cool things, honestly. Um, oh, I can't talk about any of that. So I will say that there might be a tournament I might be promoting that might um be for my students that I'm teaching. So if you guys want to help out and help them bring up their pool, that would be cool. But other than that, I've been on the on the crack that you've introduced to me.
Told you.
Helper introduced me to crack, and it's funny too because like she was like, "Oh, it's crack," and I knew it was crack because I had a friend, IRL, who was like trying to bring up her DJ set list, and we didn't see her for like a month, 2 months, 3 months straight, and so I was like, I know it's crack, but it'd be cool to hang out, and see what will happen, and I swear I barely saw her. It's funny, in the beginning I saw her all the time, and now I barely see her. I don't wonder if I played more than her.
Oh, she's fallen into the trap of RP, and it
Why
is
did
so
you do
good and
that?
delicious.
Why did you do
It
that
is
to me?
so good and delicious. I only
Why did
did what
you
needed to be done by showing you this. I showed you the modern day Second Life. That's what I did.
You really did. You really did. Honestly, I posted this on my Tumblr blog. I was like, "Is
Oh my
this what?"
god.
Let's not talk about that. I wondered if this was like what Sims Online would be because I would watch like old Swoozy videos, and he'd be like, "Man,
Yeah.
Sims Online was it," and da 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 da. This, but it barely had any features, and I was like, "This must be Sims Online times 25,000 billion bajillion zillion."
Yep.
Yeah,
And you haven't even been around for a city event. So city event is usually once a month. It was supposed to be this
yeah.
weekend, last weekend. but it's usually where like Pride. We have a giant Pride party. We do just like a big citywide day of fun. Wait till you're there for one of those.
Yeah, I literally came right after the Pride event, and I was given drugs, instantly. I did not know how to move. I didn't know how to speak, and I was given drugs. It's great. It's
Yep.
great. It's great.
Yep.
It's great. And the server that we're part of, it's very updated, so it's even more interesting. There's always new stuff. I didn't think that there would be. It's what you would hope GTA Online would be. But that's why I love fan mods, because fan mods, there's a lot more care and effort and love into it. So it's you can feel the love to bake in, other than, Rockstar is now in shit because of what they're doing with RDR1 and that nonsense. But
Girl, don't get me started on them. Rockstar, great artistically a great company. Personnel, culture wise, I don't know about that.
And that's part of the reason why I wanted to. I'm sorry,
No.
I need to replace my front jack. It's doing some bullshit. So if you hear me do-doom, do-doom, go-doom, 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 I actually don't call me out.
I'm not gonna call you out at all.
By you saying you're like indirectly.
I probably won't even hear it. It'll probably just drive you crazy. And then you'll look like a crazy person.
It drives the fuck out of me insane. It's so hilarious. This has slowly made me seem like I'm an insane person, and I promise you, I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy. But
I believe you.
I can't stand you. I just really want you to know. I'm looking directly in the camera. I cannot stand you.
Okay.
Okay, but I really wanted to be a game developer, and I found out about the culture, especially compared to like for the money you make, and the culture is not worth it, especially considering all the sectionalities of the inters I have. It would just be hell. So I'm glad I still found my way into the industry through some crazy convoluted way where I don't have to deal with as much as that. But yeah, it's weird, man. People are weird, man. And Rockstar is giving their IPs away to weird companies who aren't really giving it the love and care that they tend to in their main titles. It's really weird, honestly.
It is. And we'll get on to our topic, which is gonna have several Rockstar games in there, because we're gonna talk about the most influential games of all time. But I think Baldur's Gate came out at the right time, because it has shaken up Rockstar and all them, that you are not the top dogs anymore.
No.
Like, Red Dead Redemption 2 is good, don't get me wrong, but I do have flaws with it that are basically like, it's too Rockstar sometimes. It's that like, well, in GTA, when you push your button to turn, you turn immediately. Rockstar or Red Dead, it's like a second delay because it's got to go through all the animations it wants to first. And I'm just like, I appreciate it. I love Red Dead Redemption 2. I think it's probably one of the best games I've played of all time, even though I haven't finished it.
Yeah. I understand why you haven't, though. You're gonna ball. For you to be like tough exterior, you're like such a softie.
Because it's the same thing I have with, I love horror movies. I hate horror games because I am that person. I'm Amanda Ripley running through the Sevastopol trying to outrun these aliens. I'm John Marston getting shot by the lawmen that betrayed me. Like, when 3 hours, if you can get me to sit for a 3-hour movie, compared to like 60 hours, it's gonna be like, that's me. That's my adventure. Instead of, did you see that they said we should split up in a horror movie?
Oh my god. You know what? And that's why I really loved, a little tangent, I really loved Cabin in the Woods, because it's such a good movie. Because I went with my friends. Was it after prom? No, maybe it was after prom, I'm not sure. But one of my friends and, like, I'm the person where I don't really like scary movies because I always felt they were very, like, cheesy, like the Halloweens and
Yeah.
the the Elm Street, because it's, like, basically the same formula where it's, like, teens fucking in the woods, and
Yep.
then, oh no, the first person dies, and then
Yeah.
the nerd
Woo!
dies trying to save, like, the hot one, and then at the
Yeah.
end, blah, 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 and then Cabin in the Woods flips that shit totally on its head. For me to be like, "Oh my god, this movie fucking sucks. It's such a parody." For me to go, "Oh my god, this is
Yes.
one of the best movies I've seen." Like, this is
People, oh, what's up,
insane.
fame? You know what?
Damn!
People
Oh,
sleep on that movie because they do see the cheese of it, but it is oh good.
it plays under tropes so well. If you expect for it to be cheesy and if I wasn't forced into drive-in, I probably would have turned that shit off, but I'm so glad I didn't because out of all my friends, I probably appreciated it the most more than them who were actually looking forward to it because I was like, "Oh my god," until it wasn't. I was rolling my eyes and I was like, "Oh no, this was for me, baby." Like,
You know, and I think
they
that
do.
was that might have been like right after the first Thor movie came out too, for Chris
Mhm.
Hemsworth. And he died
Yeah.
like instantly.
You know, and it it's always the hot ones though, because they know how hot he is. They know how
Hmm.
hot he is. 'Cause, the Hemsworths, man, you know,
Yeah,
they be having it, okay? I will say that.
they be having it.
They be having it.
Fame, you are right. If you're having schmecks out in the a gosh dang forest, that's unsanitary, that's dangerous, that's infection prone. Do you want sand in your hoo ha? Do you want dirt
Yeast
in your hoo
infec
ha?
yeast
Mm.
infections, guys. I don't
And
want
you
them.
know what? If you want to be an exhibitionist, do it, but just no, not in the middle of the woods, near a kid's camp. That's the thing that always tripped me out about it. It's like you guys are around like the kid camp from Jason, and like just babysitting from Michael from Halloween. It's just like that doesn't turn me on. I don't know about you.
It's weird, and it makes sense too when you find out more things about Hollywood, how there's, like, a hyper focus on, like, young adults, and then you find out about how gross Hollywood is. It's like, "Oh, so this is why you guys are doing
Yep.
the things that you're doing. Okay, this is why we're
Biggest
hyper
example
focused on this."
of a grown ass woman. We will get to the topic. We're just let us have our
Yeah,
moment. Of
yeah. Mhm,
the biggest example I've ever seen of that with a grown ass woman, original Suicide Squad compared to new Suicide Squad with Harley Quinn. Night and
Oh,
day.
yeah.
Covered up. She's not walking around in booty shorts. Don't get me wrong, I love the original Suicide Squad. I think this new one is way more graphic, which I think needed to be done, but she's like
Mhm,
covered up. It's not quite to the covered up of the beautiful the emancipation of Harley Quinn, Birds
mhm.
of Prey, but she is covered up, and it's just like the small differences of Harley Quinn has never been for me at least, never been a sex symbol. So for them to make Margot Robbie be a sex symbol, and against everything we know about her in the comic books, granted, Harley Quinn is not a good person. She has murdered children in depending what comic
Not at
one you
all.
go with, but
Yeah.
don't make her sexualized. And then to see her in the new movie where she's covered up, her writing is better, her lines are better. I'm just like,
And,
this is what this movie should have been.
the funniest thing is that there will always be those group of incels who are like, "Oh my
Mm,
god, like they made her less sexy. I can't believe that they made her less sexy.
yeah,
Her entire history is a sex symbol." And it's like, if you look through the comics, it's not, but because they're so horny and they only look at Rule 34 basement dwelling type things, they will
yes,
insist that that is the only iteration of Harley that's worthwhile, even though it makes you a more interesting character. It's just like the same thing happened in Resident Evil. Like, they made Jill less sexy,
yes, that's
and Jill
true.
is so much more interesting. And for whatever reason, I can't believe that you're diminishing and taking less ass shots, but it's like she's a better character. It's
Girl, I've been watching the Harlequin, the anime where she's with Ivy. It's so good and adorable. People are like, first of all, they didn't get together till like the second season, I think, and people were just like,
Oh.
"You're Harley's not that smart. Harley doesn't dress like this." I'm like, "It's a cartoon, y'all." Like,
Do you want this to be like drawn together or something? Like,
"Ooh, what's
and,
up? What's up,
and,
Neo?" Neo's good peeps. He family.
you
You and
know,
Neo would get along because you're both strange in the good way. In a good way, both of you. We talk about games for a living. We're strange, okay?
sneak dissing. I love the sneak
I'm
dissing.
gonna
Like
sneak this.
she started off like so sweet. Oh, like you're so cute. Oh, okay. And then it's like, but you're strange as hell. Fair,
That's
you
why I love
know.
you, though.
I love you too because you're also very strange.
I
Which
know
is
I am.
why, as I've said before, the dinosaur arms too. As I've said before, I I can't say it's the best part of my week because it's not a week. It's bi-weekly, guys. This is bi-weekly if this is your first time here. But my most favorite moments of the month are just sitting back and having fun, weird times with this absolute cutie in the floor
Stop.
hugger. No, it's true. You're so beautiful. Talking about games and how strange we are
Yes.
and how weird we are and having an out weirding contest.
Yeah,
I'm
honestly.
I'm losing. I'm losing. No, I'm just kidding. I might
My
we
bad.
both it's like a neck and neck race where we
It
inch each
honestly
other
is.
out.
You gotta watch. I just started season 3. You should watch it. I was
I
surprised. The animation is solid.
I need to. You know I'm always down for more gay content, you know.
It's not like a Castlevania where Castlevania just looks amazing. It's like a traditional cartoon, but the story and the way they do it, and even the most annoying characters, you're kind of like, damn it. They kind of flesh them out a little bit, which I really enjoy when they flesh out the bad guys, because sometimes I'll be okay. Hot take. Sometimes I'll be sitting here and be like, you know what? Thanos may not have been wrong. The way he did it, wrong.
Yeah, no. Absolutely. I love what we've done for like villains nowadays because honestly, I hated the whole evil like uh He-Man or old Transformers. They're evil. But why? Right? Cuz most of the time the shittiest people that you know, like they've had some fucked up things happen to them. Doesn't excuse it. Doesn't
Mm-hmm.
excuse it. Obviously, but like you know there's a reason for things and I feel like it makes the world you talked about it before we started, you know, this world is a little bit gray and also gay but also very gray and I feel like that adds like to where people especially too with like I talk to like my mom and I feel it's very indoctrinated in the boomer head for it to be like this is all or nothing black or white
Yep.
and I've realized that might be because of the media they consume, where there was just a true villain and a true bad guy, or they're
Yep.
slighting me, and it's like life doesn't necessarily work out like that. So it's nice to have people kind of push back on all those different types of things, and to see that the world is more nuanced than even we can imagine, you know. And like genuinely good people can have some shitty moments too. I've done some shitty things, and I try to
Yeah.
be a good person, right? But you know, that's part of being a human is that we're not gonna get shit right, which is I have like a whole thing about like purity culture and all that, but
Oh, that's
we
yeah.
ain't gonna talk about
What's
that.
up, Jay?
Yeah.
Dab.
Dab.
What's up, Baron? Dab. Dab. All right. Before we get into our topic, thank you
Yeah.
guys for just letting us ramble for a bit because
Yeah.
that's kind of what I want to start doing is ramble for a bit, let people come in.
Mhm.
We talk about whatever. I want you guys to come to lv1gaming.com and read and watch Fame's Double Dragon Gaiden review. Chef's Kiss. That game is like a return to form. And also check out the Remnant review by Baron, because I was a fan of Remnant, the original. I guess it's not the original. The second game, Remnant. But I wasn't like super interested in Remnant 2, but watching their breakdown and them playing it, and now Baron is playing Baldur's Gate 3, I might get some Remnant 2. I don't know. It looks really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, and check out the streams too because I was not looking forward to Baldur's Gate that much, and then I saw the streams of Baron, and also too, just like in Cyberpunk, there's penis 1, penis 2, labia A, labia B.
I
The
saw
the
that.
thing I need to know. And
I saw that.
Baron is team labia minora.
We might need somebody to clip that. Baron is. I can't say that.
You didn't say it.
No,
Say it.
no.
Say it. Say it.
What's up, Gaming Vice? I'm dabbing. All right, so we're gonna talk about the top 100 most influential games. We got 2 lists. You guys know I'm a sucker for lists. We're gonna give our thoughts. The lists are probably going to be close but different. So, what are your? We're gonna start from. These are gonna start from 100 to 1. What do you think is gonna be in the first 10 we're gonna look at? I haven't even looked at these lists yet.
From 100.
Yeah. So, I'm thinking older games.
Yeah, right. Maybe like I mean, Sonic would probably be up in the 50s because of like Sonic or Mario would probably be in the 50s, 40s. So the first 10 would have to be some like super slight, right? Like maybe I always say these, but it's never on there. Like maybe like a Monkey's Island where it didn't like revolutionize like something, but it like brought more oomph to like the click and point genre, or like a Grim Fandango, something like that, or something. What would be something like that was very slight, like Wolfenstein Doom would probably be higher up there.
Oregon Trail could be down there because it is so
oh
old.
yeah, absolutely. Oregon Trail, Mist maybe too. I would think that would be in the 60s though, but yeah.
Fame says Avengers is number 1.
It's.
I can guarantee you it's not.
How does that influence anything? How does that influence?
Guarantee you it's not. Let's start with the Animation Career Review site, Top 100 by them. This was updated in 2021, so this does not include Tears of the Kingdom, Forbidden West, or any of the newer stuff, God of War. 2021, I can't even remember what came out that year. First game is Phoenix. Do not know what that is.
Is that the Joust one? Yeah, no. I would even know Joust more than that.
It's an old arcade.
You can also play it on
one.
You can buy a whole tabletop for $2,000. I don't know if I'd buy that for that game.
From Wayfair Canada. Yeah, I'll buy from Wayfair. Sorry.
What's Wayfair for you guys? Is it like a slight budget, but like
it's the same thing it was for you guys?
Oh, do we have? We do have Wayfair. We do.
Remember they got in trouble for supplying furniture to the detention camps?
Oh,
yeah,
they did.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good old capitalism. Very moral and not questionably moral at all.
Love it. Never.
You can play it on your TI calculator, so that's already a win for me, baby. Because that means I could have played it on my calculator too. Back in the day.
It's heavily influenced by Space Invaders, which came out in 1979. This came out in 1980. I mean, then you gotta, if you're gonna include Phoenix, you gotta include all the clones that came out like this. But this doesn't.
Yeah. Cool. I don't know, man. I would. What is this? Is this like UK or anything based? I don't know. I would feel like even Joust would probably be higher up there on, like influential. If I haven't heard about you, or it hasn't like led to something else. Oh, there are some things you haven't heard about that are highly influential. So I won't say that, but I don't think this is one of them where it's like absolutely need to be on here, right? Like,
and that's why I picked this list, because the next list is IGN. So I'm like, I wonder what this, because it's an animation career review website. probably to find animation schools. So I'm like, what is their definition compared to ours?
Oh. Oh, and you know, animation school, I feel like, and by the way, you call me a nerd. Nerd animation school? Hello? This list?
I
Hmm.
don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, nerd.
Mm,
Uh
mm-hmm.
wonder why I chose this list out of everybody's. Uh
Wow. Wow.
uh, is it true or is it false?
I
Or
don't know,
is
Your Honor.
it
Let me call
okay,
Jackson
all
Crane
right.
and ask him.
Kareem's gonna make sure you're in the doghouse, okay?
Yeah.
Like, you know what, Your Honor, you could just let that fly because honestly, uh, I I wonder if like animation wise, this was like
It's gotta be. Because
I
yeah, I'm not seeing anything in these like I wish I could make these screenshots bigger, but I'm not seeing anything that's like
mm-mm,
this final screenshot, the third one here is kind of cool, but like
that's just
it's Space Invaders.
yeah, cover art. I mean, the colors are that's a
Impressive.
deep purple. That's a magenta. Do you know how many machines had magenta?
Oh god. Like not even half of them at the time. Oh no, this came out in 1980, Donkey Kong would have been a thing. There would have been a lot of machines that had magenta, but for the low small towns, they probably would not have had magenta machines. You're right.
I was actually just fucking around. I have no idea. You fell for the
So,
bait, and I appreciate it.
well, because I also know the bait. I'm the master of the bait.
Oh, you're the master baiter,
Yes, I
one would
am.
say. Oh, okay.
The next is a game from '52. What the hell? I have to see this. Nothing
OXO
on it.
2.
Okay. Oh, an OXO, the first digital
What is
graphical
it?
computer game, a version of Tic Tac Toe.
This was the first one, it wasn't Pong? Or graphical,
Oh,
because
this is a Mac.
okay.
It, yeah, it's running. So
Interesting.
this screenshot's from Mac OS. So this is probably an Apple II game. Let's see.
Mhm.
Oh, it was a UK game too. Platforms. What?
Eats
This is
EDSAC.
That's what it played on.
The supercomputers, yay! I love to see that. I love to look at old technology and think about how much shit it required to just run that. Just
And
to run
our
that.
phones are 16 times more powerful. No, what? 200 times more powerful than these ever were.
Yeah, yeah. Technology is fascinating the way it like it's no surprise to me why if you look at back the day, like the Jetsons was supposed to be 2020 or like Xenon 2020 or like
Yep.
Back to the Future was like 2015. It's no surprise because of the way that machinery had bumped up if you're just like we're born in the 50s to now. It's been crazy. But you
Mm-hmm.
know, it wasn't that crazy because that's insane what Back to the Future on Xenon, you know,
Right.
all of that stuff. But still though, the fact that they've consolidated all of that to be able to play, I can play Crazy Taxi on my phone, you know,
Right.
run really well too. Versus that needed all of that just to run Tic Tac Toe.
Well, okay. So this was in 1952. It is one of the earliest video games that ever developed. It was a game of noughts and crosses, tic tac toe. It was programmed on the EDSAC, which was one of the first storage programs computers with memories that could read or be written to. That's very impressive, actually. There are 3 small cathode ray tubes in the display. Basically, this could be one of the first video games, but it was only released in the UK. And it was run on Cambridge's computer in their mathematical library. So this is more like it's a game, technically, yes, but it is a mathematical equation to see if a computer could do it.
And you know what? You're gonna call me such a nerd. At the end of the day, that's all that a lot of these computer programs are. I remember, uh, I'm the reason why in my department there's like a whole underground. I didn't realize that people could just look shit up back in the day. Like you could just look up that you needed to do. If I
Mm-hmm.
wanted a game, I could just look it up on Google. I'm fucking dumb. I didn't realize I could do that. So I hard programmed almost everything until like my last year of school, which is why I got burnt out. Anyway, um, I made the Hangman program for machine language that's like low key in the department, still like running around. It's like I left a legacy. It's only Hangman, but
Damn.
still.
No, that's
But
actually freaking cool.
yeah, no, and it's just like moving bits and like it's just like adding one bit to this bit right here so it can display A, or it can like move this bit a couple places in this direction so it can display like a straight line and things like that. So a lot of it's really just like math and
Nerd.
just adding. See, I mean, I can't
It's
deny
impressive
it.
as all hell because
I can't deny it.
I know what
Okay.
I'm good at, and doing that and math not good at. So I'm always like,
Yeah.
I'm always gonna pick on you. But that
Yeah.
shit is hella impressive.
Uh,
That's
t-
so
uh,
cool.
and anytime you call me a nerd, honestly, for you, considering that you're also very much a nerd, miss, flooded, what was it? You flooded your hardware of your NES so you can actually get, your hardware to actually work. And
I don't know what you're
anyway,
talking about.
you're a nerd. You're very much a nerd. What is that? It's the background I see right there next to your Funko Pops. It looks like the type of things where you would hang up like hardware and stuff like that. Anyway,
I'll show you when
I
we're off camera how bad it is. So leave me alone.
you're a
You know what?
nerd, and I love that for you.
This one I think deserves to be on the list because it is
Yeah.
one of the first video games of all time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That and Pong, right? And I imagine Pong would
Yes.
probably be up there a little bit higher because
Let's
Pong is more infamous. But yeah,
Oregon Trail is 98.
look at you knowing things.
70. But I died from dysentery so much. I've never gotten to the end of the Oregon Trail.
If anybody in the chat actually has, please let me know. Please let me know.
Please.
You
And let me know
are
how you did it.
because I can't. I tried it. I think, oh man, I'm older. I can do things. I always think like maybe I was a stupid kid and now I'm older. I can do.
No.
I can't do shit. I can't do shit. I literally can't do shit.
A running theory, because I think I've talked about this game before. It's Hagane. It's listed as one of the hardest games of all time. And I played it when I was younger because my cousin was also sailing the friendly seas at that time, even though it was way harder to do it. And I'm like, no, I'm a kid. This is not gonna happen. I played it recently as an adult, and I'm like, no, Kid Me did better because Kid Me had rubber bones and was able to hit those buttons a lot faster. Like something ain't right here.
Rubber bones is so crazy, but that's true. Kids are indestructible, my friend.
I've watched so many kids do some wild stuff, jump off of things that you're like, you should not do that, sir.
Oh my god, that's why I fucking hate skating, because like they'll be going 50 miles per hour with their little fucking legs and I barely know how to skate. I really want to learn how to roller skate. I'm like this close, but I'm not quite.
Roller skating.
You love roller skating? You're gonna have to like hold my hands while I like learn, because I'm still there. I'm almost there, but I'm not. But they be going 50 miles per hour and like cutting you off, and then they'll like fall and like twist and break their arm leg thing, and then they'll just boop, pop back up and start going. You know, I fucking hate it. Meanwhile, my sister, literally my sister, fell once while roller skating and broke her arm. She's never roller skating again.
Yeah,
Never.
yeah, yep.
Yeah.
I could see
But
that.
Oregon Trail is so interesting because I feel like it's the most like edutainment games, right? There's like, I don't know if you've ever played. I love like Gizmos and Gadgets, which is one of my favorites. Or like Jumpstart, particularly Jumpstart second and third grade. Jumpstart second grade. We're gonna jumpstart second grade.
Girl, the mind maze off of the Encarta encyclopedia that they used to have, they had a game built in there called Mind Maze, and it would just ask you questions.
Oh.
The trivia.
What?
I was so smart. I used to boot up my shitty little ThinkPad laptop, put that in, slide it in there.
Yeah! Look at you! I never figured out how to fucking play that game. You're smart too. What?
Girl. Well, it's like, as long as they ask me history questions, I'm fine.
Nerd.
History and social. I can't do anything other than that. Shut up.
Nerd.
But you know what's not a nerd? The amount of times I died from goddamn dysentery. Why is that such a nerd word?
Dysentery?
Dysentery.
Dysentery is probably also a little bit of dumb bitch juice too. But
Could be.
I
Dysentery?
what I love about dysentery sounds like something in UK. Dysentery? Yeah, it's suffering from dysentery.
You want to get shoved up, bruv.
That with dysentery and being shoved up made me think of something completely different. But so what I love so much about Oregon
Mhm.
Trail is the fact. Shut up. We're gonna move past that. Is the fact that they can fit it on such tiny things. Like they have a wristwatch thing too. I wanted to get that. I don't know if they ran. I think they ran out of stock. I think this was around 2020. They had like a zombie version of uh of Oregon Trail, and then they also had a tiny like little wrist version too that you can like put into your thing. So it would just be like,
Girl,
ooh, you can
that's
play
just
Oregon
Undead
Trail.
Nightmare.
Uh, honestly, to be very honest, to be very honest, because the Wild West really is the remnants of the Manifest Destiny in the first place.
Right?
So yeah, no, but I really want to get better at this. I really want to learn how to get better at this, but I'm not. And it talks about like Minesweeper and all those different types of things. This had such a hold. This and the pinball game are like one of the most
Oof.
like
Yep.
infamous PC games I think of, like that are just base level games that are just on Windows computers, you know?
God, remember when they used to come for free?
The
Think you
fact
even
that
need
they
Game
even
Pass to play
handle
solitaire right now.
that is so fucking stupid to me. That's so dumb. Like Spider
Capitalism.
Solitaire? I fucking hate it. Spider Solitaire, deny that from me? Like, you know
Hmm.
how many hours I waste as a kid? Spider Solitaire and like art? Like, amazing. I would be amazing with it.
I think it would be safe to say for our generation and the generations before that Oregon Trail is the most famous video game of all time. Because there's people that haven't played it and of our generation that go, yeah, I know what you can't finish that game, you die of dysentery. But these
Mhm.
next generation, I don't think this game is popular, but for I do think it stops at our generation that says, yeah, I've played this and
Mm.
I got shot by a buffalo that had a hunting rifle. But I do think for a while it was the most famous video game of all time, just for its infamy, just like Bloodborne and all them are.
Yeah. Yeah, right? It's just it pisses you so off. It's like everybody's first like fuck you moment to gaming.
Yep.
I'm hoping, things move on. We're gonna talk about this later on the list. There's no way this is not on the list. But like I was very surprised. I told you like the kids that I'm teaching, like they're having a tournament, they're creating a tournament. And somehow I wasn't listening to them plan. I was just giving my advice on different things, but I saw that they were planning and like Tetris was on there. And I was like, are y'all 85 and a half years old? Y'all played that,
Yeah.
but like that's still living on. So I'm hoping that maybe Oregon Trail is up there too, where it's just like, maybe somebody exposes it to them and it lives on through that. Because me seeing Tetris for a tournament too, I don't even know how the fuck that happens, but
Well,
somebody's playing it and loves it.
I don't know who owns Oregon Trail, but I know EA owns Tetris, and they did that Tetris Battle Royale. So
Oh yeah.
they are keeping it alive. The last iteration of Oregon Trail I've seen was probably maybe 2000, if that.
No, I'm telling you, 2020 they made a zombie version of it. I don't.
That's
Let me look it up.
wild. While she's looking that up, okay, I have played this game that is next. The Burger King Sneak King.
Sneaky ones is on here.
Hold on, I am going to show you guys how creepy
What?
how creepy the Sneak King. Oh no, I'm thinking of the Burger King creepy ads. But these were like at the same time. If you guys don't remember or don't know, Burger King used to run. I'm gonna bring it up to the full screen. Burger King used to run ads on things.
What?
They used to run a lot of ads. And I've never had a Burger King burger that looks exactly like that. This is just like one of the Burger King, but the Burger King at the time was like hella weird, hella creepy.
Oh man, they were doing like PlayStation 3 levels of creepy when it came to that. This is insane.
This doesn't even have to do with the Burger King.
I don't know what's happening. Ooh, look what that mouth do, baby. Ooh, baby.
This is the PlayStation 3, PlayStation 2 era of advertising.
Yes, absolutely. You remember the fucking baby?
I gotta go back to Sneak King.
And the baby. No, Sneak King
it's making me weird. So uncomfortable for a hot second there. The baby. I don't think I remember the baby because you know what baby is taking over? The baby from Death Stranding with the flickering eye that would look at you. That's what's taking over my creepy babies.
Oh god, yeah, the baby. It seemed so cute, and then it wasn't. It's the baby that like floated up into the air, or just, and it was like it disappeared. The Xbox thing. Why is Sneak King on this?
You know what, Yobi? What's up, Yobi?
Yobi, I love you, Yobi. Shout out, special shout.
This is on there because out of all of the Burger King with the birth of the next gen gaming console, suddenly there was a would you like fries with that mentality that was replaced with would you like a video game with that. It marked an interesting twist in the game industry where restaurant video game sales were rivaling Gears of War sales. Burger King realized that if Nintendo can milkshake its mascots, then so can they, and they added a bonus of having millions of potential gaming customers every day. Big Bumpin' and Pocket Bike Racer, I remember that one.
I remember
the two other 360 games which featured the Burger King character, the Burger King. Yep.
Okay. No. Yep. Absolutely reject that. And it's not to say like we've all had like, you know, growing up. Kids nowadays they give really shitty like toys with things. Like we just had a Happy Meal the other day. They're really shitty. Like we had like a car, but it's not even the rev up car that like has the motor in it. It's just like you just push it. And it's just like, what the fuck is this? But like I remember like sometimes you'd have like edutainment games. Like I had an edutainment game with one of my Chick-fil-A Happy Meals or something like that. Or with my Happy Meal, they used to have like Sonic branded like 8-bit Game and Watch style games, right? Where it just be not even 8-bit. I don't even know 1-bit.
Yeah, they were bad.
They were really bad, but like, you know, they were like game consoles. This is the most ambitious thing. I don't remember there being a thing. Even Grimace's birthday. Did you know that there's like a ROM dump for that? There's a Game Boy Color ROM dump for Grimace's birthday.
Not surprised at all.
I really want to flash that into a ROM chip. I just don't know how to do that. So one day I'll do that. I still have my Game Boy Color somewhere in my life, and I want to see how Grimace's birthday works. But that's now. This is like the biggest time I remember a restaurant having a video game. And to be fair, I've played Sneak King, I played Pocket Bike Racers. I don't remember Big Bumpin'.
No, I don't remember that.
They were fine games. Fun fact about them, because I looked up too much shit. I didn't expect this to be there though, but I looked up something a long time ago, and like somebody brought up the fact that they had Sneak King, and like this was a weird game where you could play it on the Xbox, but then also on the 360, and it wasn't like backwards compatible. It was like you can play. It was meant for both somehow, like in some way.
That's weird.
It's really fucking weird. It's like one of the few games, honestly, where it was actually this is meant for both Xbox and Xbox 360, or any game, honestly, because most of it always backwards compatible or something like that. Like no, it's genuinely meant for both.
That's weird. Damn.
It's fucking weird, but I know a streamer that has like 50 copies of it, because like they used to give this shit out like candy after a certain while too. Because
I kind of want to get a copy.
Somewhere my nephew has it. uh, we played it. They were not like the worst games. I've played shittier games,
Yep.
honestly. But they were not great games though. They were definitely not
I
at
love
all.
tie-in games. Like on my personal channel, my bread and butter, I've reviewed done retrospectives on so many movie tie-in games. And people that say they don't want things in their video games, you would be surprised the crossovers that are actually in your video games and the companies that are actually sponsoring them. So
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah.
Death Stranding has like a huge monster advert.
Death Stranding is the worst component of it. They're so bad.
Oh man. They're so bad and so obvious. One thing that I've learned from movies, being an extra in movies, is that you realize how purposeful product placements is. If you see any brand anywhere that's not a made-up brand, that means they purposely asked them to be in it.
Yep.
Barbie movie's really bad with it, like Chanel is all over, and Ford F1 and all that good stuff. But anytime you see any branding, they paid for it. It's not like a coincidence. You can't just like have that in the thing. They needed to pay for it. So if you ever see something in the game, it's in it.
And that's honestly something. Hold on, I'm just messing with music. You guys should, if you ever watch something, once you know about it,
yeah,
it kind of like you'll always notice
everywhere.
It, but
yeah,
just like pay attention. Go watch James Bond after Casino Royale, and you'll see Ford vehicles in there, where before it was usually exclusively UK brands as their cars. Like even in the background, most of them were UK branded cars. But now they got Ford in there, and now there's actually I shouldn't say that because Jaguar was UK, and Jaguar was used in Tomorrow Never Dies with Halle Berry. But yeah, now there's American cars in James Bond movies that are hero cars or they are villain cars, which you don't see because usually it's UK brands to be the villain in hero cars. Final Fantasy, they always have that crossover with Cup Noodles.
Oh, do they? Oh, Cup of Noodles.
Top Ramen, they're always out there.
It's on the titties, baby.
The titties. But you know what's not the titties? I don't know what the next game's gonna... Metroid, original. Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah. When you have a whole genre named after you, of course you're an influencer, right?
Isn't that... Like, Sam is out here influencing since 86. I wasn't even alive yet.
Influencing me in a lot of different ways, okay, baby?
Samus. Never played a Metroid game before. Aside from this original one. But after that... And only played one Castlevania in my life, and that was Symphony of the Night.
Okay, Symphony of the Night, at least you're doing the top tier, right? You're doing the top tier. The Super Nintendo one is really hard, so I wouldn't even recommend going back. Only go forward.
Okay, good. Although I've heard people say the PlayStation 2 ones are shitty.
No. Okay, only go like there's a small section for you to go
like
in Castlevania. Obviously, queen of movie time games. Obviously.
Hey. There's a game I have back there that I'm not gonna look for. The Star Wars Revenge of the Sith video game. It was banging, and I think aside from the Lego Star Wars games is probably and like Survivor, but like the ones that were actually involved in the movies is the best movie tie-in game I've ever played in my life.
Oh yeah, that encoder are like really up there. So Star Wars actually does a decent job. It's been mediocre to good for all the Star Wars games. I can't remember. Is there a bad Star Wars game?
There is. I just thought about that one that came with the Kinect, the dancing one, like Han Solo. Han Solo. Yeah, remember that one? Yeah. I was like, no brain. There's got to be a awful one. Think of it, and it's just like the Han Solo dancing one.
Girl, why do you remember that, and why did that exist?
Because the Kinect was a new thing, and I remember it because I was watching Gerard the Completionist get 100% on that years ago. And you know what? After Gerard finished Persona 5 fully, put 500 hours into it, that man has all the respect he could ever get from me. Unless he turns out to be like a monster in the future, which I hope not, but like Gerard the
Oh my god.
Completionist, I have 100 hours in Persona, and I'm like, I don't think I can do 3 more runs of this. I might have to dip out.
Oh my god. If you were to ever come to Atlanta, like, and be around my friend group, dude.
We gonna eat hot wings.
Oh, you're gonna eat hot wings. Oh, do you want to do a spicy wing challenge together? We can drive
Honestly,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, yeah. I don't wanna fuck up my stomach.
We have to visit each other. I am. By the way, the talks of moving to Canada are kind of heating up in the background quietly.
Damn.
So
Honestly,
we might be hanging around with Hugger in real life, and she's gonna get me in trouble.
I don't. You know what? I shouldn't say anything because I know in person, everybody thinks I'm a little shithead in the Disturber. I am the person that's like, check if that police car is unlocked. I have done that, and I try not to be that person anymore. Like, check if they locked their door, because if they didn't, that's on them.
Oh
That's
my
not good
god.
logic.
Oh my god, no, because all of my some of my favorite friends in my life, shout out to Robert and shout out to Jet. They are 2 of my favorite friends that I've ever had in life because we just go on adventures. I have visited a trap house before because because of one of my friends. We asked the blood for some weed and then we ended up going to a trap house.
Yep. Sometimes you just like, don't sit down, don't touch nothing, don't talk to nobody, just sit there.
No, just sit there. And he was the coolest. I think his name was like DC or something. That boy was cool as hell. That guy was great. He was a great guy. But I've been to a trap house before, and I've snuck into like basketball games for free, and we snuck into a lot of places for free. But I love friends. Oh, also to my friend Jillian. I'm not gonna say that on camera. Remember, I'm gonna write this down. Write it down. I did something internationally we're not gonna talk about.
Yeah, don't admit to anything on camera. Do not.
But it's not big, but it's not. Yeah. Anyway, so my friends are all streaming. They're all streamers or whatever, and so I call them a cult of Persona, because like every couple months I like go to my friend Eric's house, and one of them's playing Persona and another of them is playing Persona, and they're like, Bordy, come on, let's play Persona. And it's like, you can go ahead and play it, and I'm like, guys, like, me and JRPGs, like, Earthbound has my heart, but you know, like, it's a long commitment. And they're like, you're gonna play it and we're gonna talk about it, and like in the background when we're having conversations, they're like we'll just need something to put on the background, so it's not like a video gamer perspective, it's like the Persona 5 music in the concert. And I'm like, oh my god, you guys are such fucking nerds.
Because Persona 5, I'm gonna be partial to 4 because that's the first one I played, but it is so stylish that it's a shame not to play it, especially with 4 on Game Pass as well, and 3, and then Tactics is coming September, if I'm not mistaken. The end of September, maybe start of November, Tactics is coming. There's no reason not to play Persona. And you know what? You will be fully satisfied with one playthrough. Honestly, I didn't feel like I was missing anything because unless you are a Persona fan, you're not gonna know to play it multiple times.
Yeah, one of my friends, but it took her like 2 years to play it, and she loves it. They always make references to, like, we were in a bar the other day, and like they had darts, and then she was like, it's just like somebody asked you to play darts with a friend, and I was like, I didn't get the reference, so it went over my head, but like they're always making references, and I'm like,
you gotta play it.
I know.
Honestly, I would say it's right there with Mass Effect, where it's probably one of those games, if you don't have time for anything else, because it is going to be a time commitment, play it. Because you love Earthbound, you're going to love the turn-based. You're going to enjoy the oddly dick-like characters, that the monsters that sometimes show up. And like,
is it like Bayonetta, where it feels on purpose?
No, there is one monster, and I think it's the gym teacher who is like, so there's persona, very beautiful, but the gym teacher, who's the first boss that you fight, is like heavily implied and even admits to essaying students, female students, using the other kids as slave labor. Like it's beautiful and stylish, but it's kind of like dark at the same time.
So
good.
Yeah. Oh no, I know that if you were to ever come down here, you guys would have like a whole persona talk. And
it's too stylish not to play.
And I would gloss over in the eyes in 1,000-yard stare as one of my friends says, "Bordy, see this, you haven't played it yet." And I'd be like,
"Oh, I would make you play it."
I
would.
They've been trying. They've been trying. So
yeah, but I'm mean.
Are you mean? Are you mean? Because you've been nothing but a sweetheart, honestly.
Because you've shown me no reason not to be nice to you. You know, unless you're a bellend, and I want to treat you like a bellend. And speaking of bellends, my little big brother Johnny says Starfield is the most influential game since Pong. It's like a month away. I'm kind of excited.
Where's Baron? This created everything. The alpha and the omega. Video games did not exist before Starfield. You know, the new Star Wars game copied Starfield word from word, bar from bar. I've never heard about they're taking we're going back to the moon, and I think it's because of Starfield, honestly.
I think so. Honestly,
I don't know if that technology ever existed. You know, JFK was actually looking in the catalog to see, like, how do I go up into space? And they went to and they looked up Starfield in the future. They're like, oh shit, this is how we do it, and this is how we ended up going to the moon. This is one small step for Starfield.
We cannot talk about JFK after last episode where we found out there was that JFK game. So if you guys go back to the towards the end of last episode, we found out, we were talking about the ESRB in games. We found out that there is a game where you play as Lee Harvey Oswald, the person who shot JFK, and it's supposed to be like an edutainment, like the theories of what this could be. And I'm like, there's not very many games that I'm like Hatred. We talked about Hatred too. It's like I don't feel like this is art or should be made. This does not making a statement. I don't know what that game is doing. And she's dying. What's up, this pain? I haven't seen you in a hot second, love. Where you been? She's dying. She's dying. Cause she remembered it too, exactly. We both looked at each other when that shit came up and we're like, nope.
I don't even know if we said anything. We just laughed.
We just like, this is not real. Is it called JFK Reloaded, I think? I'm like, stop. She's not okay. You're right. I think Starfield was reference material for Mass Effect. It was reference material for Warhammer, Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who, definitely.
What's that game? Oh fuck, I haven't played Warframe. That too. All of that.
I love Warframe.
You're a Warframer too?
I'm the two unfortunate games of my life are Warframe and Eve, because when I get into those cycles, you're never gonna hear from me. Because it's like Sims. I'll play it for like 3 weeks straight and then not play it. When I get back into my Eve era, watch out, bitches.
Weren't you
I'm gone
in your era for that too?
No. I've been in our crack era.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's very true. If you ever go back into your Warframe, I still don't know how the fuck to play that game, but I can play along with you.
Just know, do not take it personally when you grind, and 6 months later, it's like, all right, now you can actually start playing. It's one of those, once you get to the end, then you play.
That's the fucking thing that I never we were going around Cletus or whatever the fuck the place that's called Cletus or whatever, and I was like, when do I get good, or when do I get good Warframes? And they were like, you just fucking grind and you just go for it. And they give me shit, but I played RuneScape for far too long in my life. I can't. Role play is the closest thing I am to going back into my crack phase in my
Yo,
crack era, right? And that's only because it's like human interaction. I made friends in RuneScape, but it's all typey type.
yeah.
Honestly, you two, you helped like buoy me or further sink me into it because I found a community and friends.
Yeah.
This is the reason why. You know how they always have like don't have friends who are enablers, and
And I
like
am
guess
the
you
enabler.
you are
Always.
an enabler. You definitely
Arcade.
are.
Dab
But I
on
love
ya.
you for it. I
I love you
love you
too.
for it.
You know what I'm gonna love?
What do you want?
Enter the Matrix. Yeah, right.
Influential how? I love this game, by the
Hold
way.
on. Let me oh, and you know what? I already uncovered it. 95 and 94 together. You won't find the infamous Atari ET game on this list. That makes sense because it wasn't really a fully published game. It was an awful game in the era, and most games were awfully baby steps and forgotten by time for good reasons. Enter the Matrix, however, had no excuses and still showed the industry everything that could go wrong when a franchise hopped into a different storytelling medium. Oh, it's on this list because it's awful? Because I was about to say this game is awful.
It, you know how like we all have games where it's bad,
Yeah.
but we like them. I love this game.
I'm
This
not
is like
okay.
DBZ Final Bout are like two games where it's just like, yeah, it's bad, but I'm sticking to her. It's my bad, but I'm sticking to her, right? Where like
Yep.
the controls are awful and things don't work right, and it's shitty and it's a little hard, but I still fucking love it.
Yep.
And I'm still gonna go with it. You know, it
Okay,
had Jada
okay.
Pinkett to play with her, and you know, I thought she was a
Keep my
badass.
wife's name out your fucking mouth. Yeah.
Jada Pinkett. Oh, you can.
I'm gonna slap this shit.
I'm,
Sid Meier's
what?
Pirates Only 94.
Tell me.
Johnny, this list is from an animation school. So that's why we got an IGN list. And I just peeked the top 3 of the IGN list. It's so vastly different from this list. That's why I kind of want to go through and see. I mean, they brought up a game from 1952. And I was like, I did not know this game existed. So I was like, we're getting the two sides, the gaming industry and the non-gaming industry. But it is
Huggers
gaming
nerd community.
Yeah, leave me alone. Sid Meier's Pirates, Uncharted 2 Amongst Thieves, and Elder Scroll Morrowind. I think those should be higher. I think Morrowind should be higher.
Oh, Morrowind should absolutely be higher. Morrowind and Fable, I feel, did a lot for the fantasy open world genre in general. I have not personally played it, but I know people who have put in so many hours. Where's Baron? Baron would be here. He was talking about how much he's played for it, and I feel like it was a good foundation for what Bethesda would continue to do with both the Elder Scrolls series and going on into Fallout as well.
Mm-hmm. Because this was also the third game, so Fallout 3 and Morrowind. Actually, this was technically the fourth, because there was Arena. Oh god, Daggerfall. There was 3 other were they DOS games or what? I think so. Mm-hmm. But the thirds is where they went 3D, and that's where Bethesda bought them. So Fallout is on Game Pass. I actually think these might be on Game Pass too. I'm not 100% sure.
I think Morrowind is on console Game Pass. Just like Fable. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. But Morrowind, it was also the first DLC to ever drop in ESO. I think it's dated, but if you want to experience it, I will say ESO is probably the most up-to-date way to experience it. There is the Skyblivion and the Morrowind projects for Skyrim, but those are just fan projects. But if you want to be official, yeah, go play some ESO. And Uncharted 2, I have all of them. I own all of them. I'm actually gonna once there's a break from the crack, I'm gonna be streaming all of these. Hustle and Motivate, who is always hustling and motivating, he played all of these, and this was his favorite game until the one with Chloe, which was the Chloe and the other chick, their DLC. But I've heard good things about Uncharted. Laura Croft had to drop her polygon titties
Surprised.
so Nathan Drake could run, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They copied Laura Croft's style word from word, bar from bar. I'm surprised though, as a PlayStation owner, that you never played Uncharted like that.
You know what? So I graduated high school in 2011. Until I got out of high school, I wasn't like super. The only game I was really playing was what's Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Black Ops. So like
I had
wasn't
a
playing
huge
things.
gap in college too. I had a huge gap in college. Absolutely. Yeah.
I wasn't playing a lot of the stuff that came. Like I had done the demo for it. A family friend had owned the game, but I wasn't playing games heavy like that at the time. That's why I missed out on all those Tomb Raider games. From the Angel of Darkness to 2013 Tomb Raider.
And I know you love them now because it's your baby girl. It's your girl.
You know what? I'm not a super fan of the older ones because I think they're a lot of janky and there's like...
Oh, the old ones? Absolutely, they're janky. Absolutely, they're janky.
And I can deal with the jank, but it's the the supernatural angle they take out of nowhere sometimes that I'm just like, slow down. You are not Joanna Dark.
What is it with like the supernatural twist with all these different type of games? That was like a thing to do back then in the 2000s that people would do. Yeah, that's true. Everyone loves that.
2013 was Princess Himiko, and that had a supernatural aspect, but it was like more naturally blended. And 2015's Rise of the Tomb Raider was it was implied that he was Jesus. So it was like, yeah.
I love that so much. I love that so much.
The one that I will be streaming, and I will be doing a bow only run of it, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. It's the Mayan doomsday when the sun aligns. So it's like I just heard that can crack that can go.
Crack, you know. What are you on? What are you on? 3? No,
2.
2. Oh yeah,
2. Because I don't want to be too sauced when we show up for our ladies later.
No. They'll be all right.
I said his name and he has been summoned. Hustle and Motivate. Hustle! I will be playing.
How are you doing, Hustle? Yeah, no, I wanna go back and play them too. I really want to go.
And you know
go with Jordan ones. I have some Jordan ones, by the way.
Of course you do. I'll do it.
I got it from my job.
I should do it in a Naughty Dog bubble because I have not finished Last of Us. I've not played Last of Us 2. Insomniac made Sunset Overdrive. I haven't played a lot of Naughty Dog's games. Truly.
And you really don't like even going back to Crash too, you don't really like that, right? Crash or Ratchet? Do you like Ratchet and Clank? Or Sly
Ratchet
Cooper?
and Clank was the shit.
Oh, okay. I don't like those type of platformers, but that's just me personally.
Because those are the collectathons. Let's be hard for no goddamn reason. And 20 years later, somebody's gonna get this trophy. Yeah, I don't like those things.
Yeah, it's not even the fact that it's hard. It's just like platformers. I need there to be something extra going. Like I don't really like Mega Man, the original one, but I like Mega Man Zero, right? Because Zero has a lot more like powers and shit going with it. I need that extra oomph. I can't just jump on platform boom, you know?
The way I could dissect the Assassin's Creed series by what you just said, like, I will never go back and play Altair, the original Assassin's Creed. You can't swim. And I won't. And I'm having trouble going back and playing the older versions too, because I've been playing Odyssey so much. That in Odyssey there's no fall damage. Cassandra will always like roll out of it and take the fall damage, and as long as you unlock that perk. That does not happen in the older ones. You will take fall damage. And I think that continued into Valhalla as well. It's like, I love Black Flag, but I want to be able to jump off that 30-story building.
That makes it so fun. That makes it so fun to just zoop and just, apex it, Let's jump from highest places.
Still think that Assassin's Creed Unity, as mid as the story was, and as much of a fan of, as least of a fan I was of Anno, still has the best movement of the entire Assassin's Creed series. And I know people are like, hopeful Mirage is gonna bring that. I will play Mirage. I love Mirage. I love Assassin's Creed. I'm 15 years stuck in this shit. I can't stop playing them. I think
You're
Mirage is going to be a
you have a
disappointment
problem.
for a lot of people.
And you're still gonna play it. You're still gonna get it.
But you know what I'm going to get it? I'm going to get it in a year when it's $20 for the full
Fair,
DLC, full
fair,
everything.
fair. I've been waiting for. It's weird how Ubisoft always puts their games like on massive sale,
Girl,
but they never do
75%
bundles.
sale for Valhalla right now
I
for the
need to
complete
I need to
edition.
catch back up. I need to catch back up on everything because Assassin's Creed is something I've always wanted to play, but because I've been hedging on it just because they said like the older ones are kind of like a little, tinkish or whatever, and then it grows into its own.
You know what? And that's kind of the beauty of them. Like, if you're somebody like me that has played them all and has watched the growth of the series, you're going to be like, I love these ones, but I don't want to go play back. But if you start as somebody who's like, okay, this is 2007, let me see how the series grows, you're going to be, and if you play them all like one right after the other, you're going to be impressed. But also don't play them one after the other because you're going to get that open world burnout.
Oh my god, I'm already like that. I know that. And what's up, ATL? Shout out to you.
What's up, ATL?
This pain, I'm right after her, so we're two puppies on the podcast, two stupid dogs. We love to see it.
Yeah, we are.
But what was the train? I forgot what I was gonna say. So yeah.
Now I'm gonna spit my juice out, girl.
The dumb bitch juice is dumb bitching, okay? It's Lego Star Wars really that influential? I'm getting upset with this.
Honestly, I would say the newest release, which is the full saga, including the new movies. These games are really good. I enjoy the Lego games.
They're fun. They're super fun. I don't know how much influence they have. I guess it's what I question.
Let's go back to 2005 because this is the 2005 version.
Okay.
Oh, there's a thunderstorm rolling through. Hold on.
Oh no. I also have a storm, but it's not thundering at the
sky's
time.
A little green. I don't know if I like that.
Oh god. I hope we don't have any DC issues, guys. If we do, I love you guys.
If I say we gotta go, it's because tornado warning, y'all.
Oh my god. Are tornadoes a lot in Alberta?
Oh yeah, we got tornadoes, earthquakes, mudslides, avalanches, all
that. Girl, I said I was gonna move around you. I don't know if I'm gonna make those terrify me more than anything.
We got shelters, we got places to go to, so it's okay.
You're gonna have to hold my hand.
But Lego Star Wars, I do agree, it is influential because 2005, like they say, Grand Theft Auto had just come out, and this was probably like the next big open world sandbox game that parents would want.
Yeah. I would say it would have a big impact on younger kids because it's a perfect game for like if we've all been those kids where it's like, I want to play, and you don't know how to fucking do anything, right? And so you're playing with an older person, and they're like kind of frustrated, right? So they just hand you a disconnected controller, and then eventually you would grow on to do that to somebody else. That's the perfect game to like give to a 5-year-old to play along with them because you can do all the hard work, and they can die a million times, and you can still get through the game, right? That's one beautiful thing about it. That's one beautiful thing. So maybe for little kiddos, it is influential for them.
I don't know, some of that humor is a little cheeky, and I'm like, okay.
But it's just like old SpongeBob, right? Or like even going back to like Animaniacs, right? Animaniacs was horny for no goddamn reason.
Well, for every reason. We know why.
Hello, nurse. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, 90 is Mario Party, the original one.
Oh yeah. Yes. Oh yeah. I didn't have a Nintendo 64 growing up in my household. It's the only mainline Nintendo. Well, you didn't have any Nintendo consoles.
That's true. That's true.
But for us, we were like Nintendo people. Like, so Nintendo 64 was the only thing that we didn't get besides like a DS, kind of, sort of. But my niece ended up getting a DS, and I played all the time. So whatever. Man, all she did was like use a voice modulator and play Nintendo. So it's like yoink.
Not the
Okay.
Nintendogs.
Hey, Nintendo was a vibe, okay? Like high key influential for the DS time, right? Remember the commercial where like Beyonce is playing
Oh
Nintendogs?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They got
Nintendo.
Beyonce to do a game. Damn.
I, that's crazy looking back on it because at the time it was like, okay, Beyonce, but now at this time it's like, you
Like,
got Beyonce? Nintendo
right?
got oh girl, like for real. Uh,
That is
but
actually crazy.
it's actually
Oh,
crazy looking back on it. It's like Michael Jackson going back and writing Sonic music levels of crazy, to be honest. Uh,
that is exactly what it is.
yeah,
Like,
exactly.
damn, they did that?
Yes.
Okay.
How did you pull that off? Hello?
It's the weird
But
crossover we didn't know we needed.
and I'm so glad that we did because even Michael Jackson's Moonwalker was a really fun game. That was a really good game.
It
I
was.
love playing that game. It's a little hard, like every game back then, but really fun, really fun. And when you like all go together and they'd all do the moon. Anyway,
That
uh,
was
the power up's crazy too, right? But Mario Party and Super Smash Brothers were like a man, I wish I had a Nintendo 64 if you were ever like at a group with your cousins and they all had the game. Like it was a console pusher type of game. And so I think this is legitimately I think this should actually be a little higher because
yeah.
it did push the party game genre and there would be go on to be tons and tons and tons of duplicates going on in the future. Tons.
90? No. But you do deserve to be on the list. And same with... Did Devil May Cry come out in 2005? No.
Ooh, I found this out. Fun fact. Devil May Cry was supposed to be Resident Evil 4, but they made that shit way too action-y. And so they're like, we need to make it like more horror. And so they're like, okay, y'all just keep on doing the action shit. Make a
That's...
Devil May Cry. And then boom, yeah, just random things.
Nah, that's actually wild. I've never played a Devil May Cry game. No, that's lie. I played 4. I played the dumbed down version of 4. The North American release. Because the Japanese release was a lot harder.
Oh no, and the Japanese release is actually real.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to play it. And Devil May Cry 5, it should come back to Game Pass. Because that's when I'm like, I don't... There's people that love it and there's people that hate it. I don't know if I want to put my money into that.
I want to play it because I bought. I'm such a loser. I bought
Don't say
what is
that.
it?
You're a nerd, not a loser.
I'm a nerd loser. Well, okay. I'm gonna have a Des moment is what I'm gonna say. I bought I bought not Devil May Cry. I bought Bayonetta 1 on my Switch, but there's only like a couple copies that have ever been produced. So I want to like keep that sealed up and then buy it virtually so I can play through Bayonetta. And I know as soon as I'll get that, I'll be like, boom, I want to go into Devil May Cry because it's the same hack and slash character action type of vibe. So it's up there on the list. It's going to be played. At first I didn't think I liked games like it, but I think it speaks to me.
Get you... For a long time, the Bayonetta 2 copies came with Bayonetta 1.
Yeah. Digital code, right?
I think so. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe the Bayonetta 3 cases will have it too.
I've been looking. I got the physical copy, so I'm happy. I'm not gonna open it. I think. I don't think I'm gonna. I'm gonna.
No. If it's a limited run, no.
I didn't think I'd be a collector bitch, but we being a collector bitch right now.
You are a collector bitch, and that's okay. And you know what else is a collector bitch? God of War, the original one, 2005. Originally voiced by a black character. Actually, it's always been voiced by a black character. Or a person of color.
That itself is honestly influential. I was gonna say, what did it influence? That itself was influential right there.
Greek history and now Norse mythology. And you know what is my favorite thing is there is a very real running theory that so like you see the early God of War, Kratos is white, and you see the new God of Wars and the white is kind of like fading off, and they're saying as he gets over his grief for his family, because his grief is his physical embodiment of the white, because that was the ashes from his family. As he gets over the death of his family, we will slowly start to see the white disappear. And Kratos is a Spartan who was an Olympian, or who was Grecian, Greek. So he is dark skinned, or fairly black, dark skin. So he's eventually going to be black, and people are losing their minds over that theory. And I'm like, but it makes
Oh my
sense.
god.
Like
I
he's
can't wait.
getting over the grief for his family. So
Yeah.
his original family. He's dealt with Atreus. I've watched some of the scenes where he like really deals with Atreus, and like he's growing to be a better man. And eventually he's going to lose that color, the white, with him. And when he does, he'll probably be immortal, and that'll be time for Kratos to die, so Atreus can take over.
And you know what? There's several reasons why I would love that. One, no, I'll go to the funny thing last. One, I like it so many times we have like a dark skinned character like be like an evil one or something like that. So wouldn't it be nice like a reversal where like the dark skinned character is actually taking on good traits now, and we're finally having like a dark skinned main protagonist of a video game, which is hard to even think of.
Yep.
Especially when it comes to the black woman, but at least it's a black person in general. Being a protagonist in a video game. But then also too, the fanboys here, soak it out. All them racists and all the insult. I can't believe that Kratos, you're going against his heritage. What? His heritage? As you stated before, that this is a character that it only makes sense that they were black. And so I would love it if we actually made that happen, because too many times we haven't had representation in the right space. And also too, it'd be nice if something everybody revered and loved is like when you think of PlayStation, I think of Crash Bandicoot, I think of Kratos, I think of Nathan Drake, right? Like some of those characters. A main staple of a game franchise actually is black. They wouldn't be able to know what the fuck to do, and I would love it. I would love it.
You know what they would say? He's like, well, he's not that good of a guy. He killed all those gods and all those people. It's like, yeah, we're not saying he's a good guy. We're saying there's room for growth and development.
Yeah,
and he's honestly turning into a good guy.
Is any video game character good? Because most video game characters' main job is to beat people's asses and to shoot. Is Nathan Drake good? Because he be stealing a whole bunch of like ancient artifacts, and he's a serial killer. He is a colonizer serial killer, and we love him because he's quirky and fun. So Kratos, we love him too.
Like with our greatest heroes, and not even like let's take Tony Stark. Tony Stark, yes, he made the ultimate sacrifice. At least in the movies, he made the ultimate sacrifice. Comic books, you go into it, Tony Stark is an awful human being.
Oh, absolutely.
Captain America, awful person. Natasha, awful. They're all awful. But it's what's been portrayed. And you know what? I'm somebody that can be like, when Marvel start to get big, because we all know they had Elektra, they had Daredevil, they had a bunch of movies that were like 10 years, not even 10 years. Elektra came out 2004, I think. Oh, God, 2004, I think. It's not that different. And Iron Man came out 2008. So they give their characters, and I think this is what DC struggles with. They give their characters literally 20 years to right their wrongs. You got to give those, if you want to bring these characters into the main front and not have them be like, I agree with the Avengers, but I also agree with Thanos. You gotta give it time to breathe. And I think that's what God of War has done perfectly, where we have watched him fall to the lowest depths, literally been in hell, killed the gods of Olympus, and now in the newer games, he is being like, I do not need to be that person. And in the second game, he was like, yeah, I could be that person. It's easy to be that person. I should be that person again, until circumstances told him, you know what? You don't need to be Kratos, destroyer of Greece. I like that growth and development. But that's mindful on the writer's part to be like, yeah, he needs to grow, he needs to change, he can't be the same destructive person he was.
And I love that too because going back to the same conversation, people are complex and people are everybody has a chance. You know, one thing I don't like about like the whole like this you got you people sometimes do is that people have the ability to kind of change. There are some people who do some shit that they're no, fuck that.
Yep.
But
Yep.
I think I think it's admirable for people to recognize the fact that they've done something like fucked up and have
Hmm.
that ability to grow as a person and realize. I can think of like some people close to me, like I'm Caribbean, right? I'm
Yeah.
queer.
And there's a
Uh
lot in that whole sphere, if you guys know.
Oh. Oh, yeah, there's a whole lot in that sphere, and, I don't know how, like, coming out was for you, but I can, like, think of, like, the first time that it happened where it's just, like, a little like, "Oh," but then eventually you learn and you grow, and then it's just like, "Oh, no, it's cool," and everything, it doesn't matter now, right? Like,
Exactly.
I think, like, there are so many things, like, we talked about boomers and their ability to change and everything like that, like, my mom there's a couple things I told my mom back in the day that I've done, and the first time she heard it was just like, "The fuck?" And then afterwards, she was just like, "No, you're my daughter and I love you, and, like, you're one of the sweetest people I know, Andrea, so, like, of course, I'm gonna continue to love you, especially you're my daughter once, so I'm always gonna love you, but then, like, I love you as a person as well." So I think
Mhm.
people have that ability to grow and change, and I love the fact Kratos' story, he's also changing and growing as well. It's good story development and good writing and Marvel and all these different types of stuff. People have the capacity to change, and if they're willing to make that journey, some people are not willing to make that journey. But if they're
Yeah.
willing to make that journey, I think that we should humor them and teach them in reason, within reason, because people falter and have mistakes if they're BoJack Horseman type levels. I don't know if we've watched BoJack.
BoJack is solid.
Oh my god.
Shit made me cry sometimes. I'm not gonna lie.
That is one of my favorite shows of all time. I
So
love
good.
that. It's so good. I love it. But he keeps on trying, he keeps on faltering, and then there becomes some points where like for some people it's unforgivable and some people he could still change. I don't That's complex, right? But I think that's an accurate portrayal of someone who's done bad or been through bad things, because trauma really affects people and hurts them, but people do have the ability to grow. And some people grow better than others, even within the realm of BoJack. But it's all about like keep on trying, I feel like in the world. As long as you keep on trying.
Exactly. And I think as people that want to carry these older characters forward, you can't do Spider-Man where you're or even Batman where you're rebooting it every 6 years. No, we do not care. We know the origin story. Tell us how these characters grow. Because if they had just done
Yeah.
a straight up reboot of Kratos, like they didn't take this step, I would have been like, I don't think it would be as loved. It would be because it's Kratos, it's gratuitous violence. We'd be like, yes, great, okay. But
Mhm.
he's a dad again. He is learning. You can't have the same old aged characters be the same people they were 20 years ago. You
Mhm.
can't.
Mm-mm.
And as Yobi says, I remember when Scarlett Johansson said a while ago back she almost didn't become the Black Widow because the directors tried to overtly sexualize her clothing and she wasn't for it. I respect her for that. I do.
We
Scarlett
talked about that
Johansson
earlier.
herself is problematic,
Ooh,
but
ooh.
she did stick to her guns. And they, you know what's funny? They got such backlash. Was it Civil War? It was the poster of her holding the guns out. It was the
Mhm.
really infamous one where it's like super sexualized.
Yeah. Yeah, it
And
was just ass, right?
they shut that shit down so quickly.
Oh. Oh.
And Yobiosa says, I recently got back into Star Wars The Old Republic, a great game. I missed the game so much, and I'm continuing your Mandalorian journey. Yes.
Yeah. Big facts. Drake was a big thief. Big as fuck. He
Lara
was just
Croft, too.
thieving. Oh,
Lara Croft,
absolutely.
every tomb she goes into, she destroys.
He does, but she has polygon titties, so it's okay.
That's true. Toho Project and Brain Age and Second Life. Okay, you know what? I don't know the
I have
first two,
no
but I can
idea
talk
what
about
that
Second Life.
was. So, wait. Oh, okay. I do know Brain Age was that game on the DS that everybody played where it's just like the floating man with the
Oh,
the head. Yeah, the floating Asian man
yeah.
with the head. And yeah, I mean, I guess that was another DS seller. That was really good for, like, older people to, like, play and, like, "I need to do this to keep my brain function up," you know? And there was actually funny enough, it actually got sued because it didn't actually train your brain or something like that. American lawsuits are so fucking
I mean,
dumb.
isn't Taco Bell being sued right now because their crunchy supreme wraps don't look like the thing?
Oh, okay, but honestly, I will be a defender of that because that's dead ass. I'm gonna go and rant. I fucking hate. I love the Crunchwrap Supreme concept, right? You get a nice layer of beans or beef, whatever the fuck you
Yes.
do. You get a crunchy taco in the middle. You get your
Yep.
cheese, your bread, and then you get a nice like soft bun to not bun. It's a tortilla to wrap it
I was
up.
about to bun, bitch.
It is not a bun. I'm so sorry. This is me in the middle of I'm speaking fast because it's a rant. But I
I'm gonna
love
let you
that
rant.
shit so much. Broke the seal, guys. I'm gonna make fun of her as soon as she comes back. But what I fucking don't love about that shit is I always get the vegetarian version because if you don't know, guys, if you have a problem with shitting from Taco Bell, I mean this will make you poop like fart. But like if you have a problem with shitting with Taco Bell, just go ahead and get black beans or whatever. You'll feel a lot better and it's not like questionable pink meat, whatever. Regardless, there is no anytime I fucking order it, I get one bite into it, and there's no fucking black beans in the middle of the shit. All I'm eating is just taco, and wrapper, and tortilla, and lettuce. The fuck I'm gonna eat with that? What am I going to eat with tortilla and taco? There is no protein. There was nothing interesting to spice it up. It is literally just taco, crunch, and lettuce. That is not a meal. Taco. If
That
I
is
wanted a
not.
taco and lettuce situation, I would just put a taco and lettuce. I
You
don't
would do
know.
it at
It
home,
pisses
exactly.
me
You
off.
wouldn't go buy
I would do
it.
it at home. I wouldn't go buy. I love the beans in Taco Bell. The beans are actually legit.
They are. They
Okay.
really are.
I honestly order everything I order is beans from there, and I used to be a vegetarian, that's part of the reason why, but honestly too, it's just because it's better in general than the meat, and you
That's
just
true.
bite into that shit, and you don't have any of the beans, it's just fucking taco. I ordered a Crunch Wrap Supreme the other day, and I was like, "Why the fuck don't I order these? I forgot why I didn't order these again. I love these shits," and then I ate it, and I was like, "I remember why, you piece of shit." Anyway, uh
Honestly, I hope they lose that lawsuit because yeah, it's like where's the lettuce? Where's anything but tortilla, crunchy tortilla, and some beef?
it's like a sprinkle. It's like a touch of beef. It's like
It's a
a
touch of disappointment right there. That's what exactly is.
and I already feel disappointing ordering from Taco Bell in the first place. So don't like heighten, don't
Girl,
maximize the disappointment. Okay.
girl, you're not wrong.
Uh-huh.
Uh, I don't Toho Project Shrine Maiden. Don't
I
know
don't
what
even
it
know what that
is.
looks like. Mm-mm.
Second Life was Second Life was controversial because it was
Oh yeah.
a early 2000s and it was a digital Ashley Madison because people would get on there and cheat on their significant others, but it was like it's a
What
virtual
a
thing. It's not
reference.
real.
What a reference, Ashley Madison. What a reference.
You know what? And you know what? It's back. Second Life
Oh,
is
oh, is
back,
it?
but
Oh, is
there
it?
is it can't compete with like VR chat and all the other
Oh
things
yeah.
that have filled that void. Shout out
No,
to Second
yeah.
Life.
You can't go away. You have to like maintain. Yeah, or else you drop a significant portion. I think the only thing to successfully go back was like '07 RuneScape, to be honest.
I think
Um
so.
uh Resident Evil. Yes. Yes.
That's 83 though.
83?
Yeah, it's number 83 on the list.
Oh, absolutely it shouldn't be 83. Hello?
That should be in the
Hello?
top 30 for me.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Especially when
I
the game above it is Alien Hominid.
and you know what? I actually, it's so funny. I wrote something down for it. I was like, I don't know if this is actually going to be mentioned, so I actually wrote down a little segment about Alien
Oh my,
Hominid. That it's important, but I'll go on to that later. Um, Resident Evil did so much for the
everything.
horror genre, dude. For the Capcom brand.
Yeah.
And maybe like, of course, 4 is more influential than the first one, and 2 is probably even more first influential than the first one too. But like the lore of Resident Evil is so important to video game. I can think of no
Yep.
series where like even though the lore doesn't always make the most fucking sense in the world, uh, it's it's so beloved by so many people. We talked about it
It's
like Halloween. We're gonna have a whole Resident. I cannot wait to that. I cannot wait
and
till we have that.
it's been around so long. 1996. It'll literally be 30 years, 2 years from now.
Yeah.
It is so influential that it has now started to eat itself because Resident Evil Village literally changed the lore. Because Resident Evil, they got a taste of like it could change it, and Resident Evil 8 is now starting to change the lore of the original games. So it's like, you've been around a long time when you can eat yourself and
Retcon,
it'd still
baby.
be fine. Yeah.
Right. Everybody still loves it. Because people playing Resident Evil 4, honestly, I was glad. I can't wait till I play 2 and 3 too, because I'm so excited to play that. I just need
They're
time.
so good. I've watched playthroughs. They're so good. They're
I watched
beautiful.
They're so beautiful. I've watched part of playthroughs, but like, when you're like on purpose trying not to understand a lot of games. I do this stupid thing with games where like I on purpose I never find any information about them because I probably want to delve into it more.
Yep.
Like it wasn't until I started this podcast, literally just cause that I actually looked up information about whatever the fuck Deus Ex is, because I've never, I on purpose, I don't want to know a single thing about what how does it play? Is it like Age of the Empires? Is it like Max Payne? Is it whatever? Because I would probably want to play them sometime in the future, so I like purposely did not look up any information about it.
Just
But
imagine a more dystopian cyberpunk
okay.
without open world. It's more linear
Okay.
based, but it is depressing because it is the dystopian future instead of, well, even cyberpunk is a dystopian future. For some people it's a utopia, for some it's a dystopia, but
Oh no.
yeah.
I think the cyberpunk is supposed to be a critique on like the whole genre itself is supposed to be a commentary, a critique on like
They missed the
future
mark
capitalism.
hardcore.
Oh, they did? Okay, never mind. I think the genre is supposed to be, but
I think
people
the
don't be
original
paying
board
attention.
game was a critique, and it was really good. But the what's up, Retro Gaming
what's up,
Addict?
Hello.
We're
Hello.
some of these that we don't know, because I bet a lot of these either of us we're just gonna fly by because we're not trying to tie you guys up. But Alien Hominid, you wrote a note about that.
Yes. This was so important for, I mean, we were both shitty Newgrounds kids, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Miss Hentai.
Damn. That's right, I watch hentai.
You mentioned it on an episode. So I said, if you mentioned to me in private, then I wouldn't have called you out. But you talked about it in the episode, so I'm gonna call you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Floor Hugger was wild. Is wild, honestly.
I
love you. I love you.
Love you too. I'm wild and I try not to be.
You try not to be, don't you? Because I remember you describing things the other day, and
I try not to. I try to be a good person, but my inner demon is like, yeah, just go touch it. Just go see what is the worst that could happen. We know. Now, I would really love my brain not to say that.
I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I like it actually.
But
A little trouble isn't a bad thing. Yeah.
That's true. That is
Um,
true.
but Alien Hominid is important for the jump from Flash gaming to like actual like console, because
Yeah.
I can think of like a couple of Flash games that were like super like mainstream, like Fancy Pants Adventure.
Yep. I want to be the
What was
guy,
that?
I think was originally.
Oh, oh wow, that was originally, wow, I forgot that was originally Flash.
Right?
Wow, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, oh, I want to be a guy. What was that thing that was also frustrating? It was like Quap. Quap was one of those, but like,
Oh, Quap
um,
Quap.
I love Quap. Quap is so
Sad
fucking stupid.
Mario. That was also Unhappy Mario was also another
Oh,
one that was like
oh yeah.
Happy Wheels.
Yes, that's the one I was thinking about. Happy Wheels, where it's just like that got a lot of YouTubers on the map as well.
Yep.
But like those were all super popular, but they didn't break that next level. And so Alien Hominid actually broke that next level. And for like Tom Fulp, who honestly, like most of his catalog was just making dick jokes, to actually break out of the Flash game scene to make some of these games more legitimate. They're still legitimate, but I guess more legitimate in a publishing sense. To break to it to where it's on consoles was super huge for the Flash community and put more emphasis not only on Newgrounds, because you know Newgrounds was a big website. I think everybody
Mhm.
knew that, and Armor Games and Miniclip and all those different types of stuff. Shockwave.com, we forget about Shockwave.com.
Shockwave.
But
Oh my
yo,
god.
there was like a little dancing simulator where I don't. It looked like one of the Me Fit trainers where we don't. I cannot find it to this day. I don't even remember what it's called.
It's
Steppenwolf
probably
too. You guys
so
remember?
gone.
I know it's gone. A lot of
Somebody's gonna
the
bring it
Flash
back.
games died. Oh yeah. I was happy I was still able to play Steppenwolf. If you guys have ever heard of it, it's a really hard like Flash game. I'll show you some pictures after this.
Better.
Or else
Harvest
what are
Moon.
you gonna do?
Harvest Moon is why we have Stardew. Anyway.
Yes. Oh, I love that game. I refuse to play Stardew because I know I sunk in 150 hours on the SNES game. Every day I come home after school, I play so much. Oh my
Okay.
god.
You need to go play Stardew.
No, but I'm afraid. It's
Okay,
just
go
like
play
I
Coral
didn't
Island then. Coral Island has an ending.
cover. The reason why I didn't pick up RP until you, it's because I knew it was gonna make me addicted, and I know if I pick out Stardew, it's gonna be the same fucking shit, and
Yep.
I don't wanna be addicted. I don't
You,
wanna be addicted.
you know, I've
No,
shown you the ultimate crack because
you have.
like Stardew, it's crack and all that, and I love
Mhm.
Coral Island. But if you miss like 2 or 3 days in RP,
Oh my
the whole
gosh.
story is shifted. It's so different.
Guys, I went to RP today and I ran into Huggies and I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm just going to my job." And there was a bomb threat. And I was like, "What the fuck is happening?" And it's, oh my
Yeah. And
god.
I was like, oh, just another fucking Tuesday. This is what happens.
Oh my fucking god. Anyway, but
Okay.
yeah, I love Harvest Moon.
I love it. We're gonna fly
Uh,
through some of these because I think the IGN list is gonna be better for us because it's gonna
yeah.
be more games that we know. These are great, but these are like, oh, I heard these in passing kind of, it feels like. Because for Crash, original Crash to be 80, when we get
Oh
to number one,
no.
I'm gonna judge.
Oh no. I feel like Crash Bandicoot was the PlayStation symbol before. This was PlayStation's
Yeah.
Mario for the longest time.
PlayStation.
So,
It was also Spyro at the time. Yeah, Laura
and Spyro.
Croft barely because
Ah.
was just coming into the PlayStation because she was DOS
Yeah.
exclusive before.
Yes, she
But
was, and that game terrified me too. But yeah.
oh yeah, the Tyrannosaurus. Yep.
Were you
The
more of a
Arkham.
oh, just real quick. I hate this game. Were you more of a Spyro kid or a Crash Bandicoot kid?
I was
Or neither?
Spyro because Crash seemed way harder, and then I was like, oh, these games are both hard.
All of them are
And then
hard as
I was
shit.
a Sly Cooper.
Oh, Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Thievis
Cool.
Bandicoot, what is it? Thievis Raccoonus, Bandicootus with everybody,
Thieves
the third game or something.
Bandicoot is so cute. It's so cute.
Bandicootus.
It's so cute.
Oh, first off,
Uh,
fuck you for not liking Arkham Asylum.
I didn't like it. I really didn't. I tried to. I hate corridor games. I hate corridor games. It's just a
But they were creepy
corridor.
corridors.
You think I like creepy?
You're an RP, you have to like creepy because you'll encounter it all the time.
Okay, but those are like humans. They're not like
Technically, these are humans too.
They're not humans imagined. They're actual humans that I'm interacting with. I mean, I say all this as someone who loves Manhunt and loves what's the game that I talk about all the time? Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
I didn't fucking like it. It annoyed me. I don't know.
Yeah.
The corridors. It felt
That's okay.
contained and I felt suffocated.
I felt it was very more of a comic book fantasy because there was so much comic book characters in there. Then I really enjoyed City, which was the next one, and Arkham Knight was good, but it ran like shit. It was just bad. But I think I can agree with the corridors because but it was more of a comic book fans thing than anything else. Shut up.
I mean,
Nate, shut up.
This is why I want to watch, but it's okay because I want to watch Spider-Verse, the second one, with you, so you can be.
Oh, we gotta watch the first one too. We gotta grab Amelia and Amethyst.
Yeah, we do.
But I want to be roasted.
Absolutely.
Nate says some of these make sense, but some of them are like, he's never heard of Alien Hominid. Around the GameCube era is when most people would have heard of it.
Yeah, if you played Flash
too. Yeah.
Right. City was
Asylum.
The best one. I've heard City was the best one.
Smash Bros.
Smash Bros. Like I said, I wanted to play an N64 because of it. Of course, one thing that was cool about Smash Brothers 2, like it gets other people from other entities in it as well. Like the fact that Snake was in it was so like Smash Brothers has done a great job of like really encapsulating not only Nintendo's best hits, giving love to Earthbound. People who haven't heard about Earthbound, they're like, fuck Ness and fuck Lucas. You know the reason why you hate them so much? Play the games. You might like them more. I promise. But just like a whole bunch of other obscure, like that's why we had a Icarus reboot, and that's why we had another well, Ice Climbers finally got their love outside the NES.
That's true. That is true. I'm not a Super Smash fan. I have Smash Ultimate, whatever, but these games, even if you do not play fighting games, you cannot deny how influential these were.
Oh no.
Because these were really like the true first crossover brand integration type games.
Absolutely. And you have things like it talks about PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, the Nickelodeon one, which is they're making a part 2 for that, which I have
part 2?
Yeah, they're making a new one for that. Because remember, the first one didn't have voice actors. And so the second one, they're making a new one and they have the voice actors now and better mechanics. I wanted that to do well. So I'm hoping it can do well. It's probably not. But I'm hoping it can.
Yeah. Probably not going to do well, but yeah.
It's,
you know what?
I know it's not.
Nobody thought Brawlhalla would do well, and look where Brawlhalla is.
Oh my god, Brawlhalla is actually, I know a couple people who make bank being Brawlhalla like commentators, dude. A whole production company I work for, they do several big Brawlhalla tournaments too. So, you never know. You never know where things could happen. I never thought that Valorant would be as big as it is, but
that's true.
Happen.
Yeah. Prince of Persia, the original one, and Super Mario Legend of the Seven Stars.
Super Mario RPG was super important. I will say that. I never thought maybe they might have Yoshi's Island later on this list. I love that game. I hope they do too because I love that game. But Prince of Persia was good for like that style of game. The whole going back in time mechanic was super cool because you needed to record things that were happening then and then go back in time. So the 5 minutes before, it takes up a lot of processing power. But
Yeah.
you would go on to see it in a lot of different things, like even in the new Tears of the Kingdom. So yeah, absolutely. Super good. And to figure out how to optimize it so it doesn't take up a lot of space too is actually really technically hard. It's super technically hard.
Yeah, and a lot of this was, like they say, rotoscoped, which is literally hand drawing every animation cell. And this was also on
Wow.
Apple II and DOS. So a lot back then, it was a lot harder to make it for multiple systems because Apple was hella protective on their stuff, and Microsoft was hella protective on their stuff, and they
Oh.
didn't share with each other.
Okay, so I was talking about the new one. The newer one. This is the older one, but rotoscope is crazy. Wow,
Right.
I didn't know that's what happened. That's what rotoscope means. Okay.
Rotoscope is, for those that don't know, when you are animating something and you want to get multiple frames of it, you rotoscope it. And by rotoscoping means, if you ever look up the old Snow White video, they literally will take thousands of pictures of this one person, and somebody will have to hand draw it all. That's why Cinderella, Snow White, up until maybe like Pocahontas era, the silver screen, somebody was rotoscoping all of those. So 300 sheets of Simba smiling, they're somewhere out there in the Disney vaults.
Nerd.
And that's why it's so expensive and it's so hard, because you also can't change artists because every artist has a different style. So if you sign on with this artist to do this project, you have to finish it with that artist.
Facts by Hugger. Oh my god, nerd. No, but I love that. I love learning facts like that. That's intriguing.
Yeah, it's wild.
That's hard, bro. Fuck that. Fuck that. Being an artist is hard as hell, dude. I have so much respect for you. So much respect for you.
Well, we're just out here trying to make the world pretty. And like Nate says, he saw Valorant blowing up because as someone that has played on PC since the 90s, respect, old man, I knew people would be all over it. Not my game specifically, but I know that the PC gamers gravitate towards it. Yes, you're not wrong.
Oh, yeah.
That's why Lawbreakers was so big on PC, but not anywhere else.
It's CS:GO, but with Overwatch abilities.
Mm-hmm. And it's skill based.
Yeah.
I'm not going to. This is a hot take, but I genuinely think that most FPS based PC gamers will never play with console gamers because they don't feel like they're skill based, and most PC gamers will usually be better in the technical aspects. There is some banging controller players out there, but mouse and keyboard, you're not gonna beat that. It's hard to.
Oh no. There's only a couple games. Good?
Yeah.
It's only like Rocket League, right? Where like you would have someone who are everybody's control, and if you're a keyboard, you're god tier. But other than that, like it just makes more sense. You can point and click; it's easier versus like moving and figuring things out. So shout out. That's why it amazes me when people can't play keyboard or mouse, because it's like I feel like it's easier, but it's also technically better. I don't know, in my opinion. It's like
I feel like technically it's better, but like Fame, he's really good on a controller. But if he came up against somebody that was of his skill level, I don't know if he could ever survive. Like it's
keyboard.
I played against good mouse and keyboard players, and I'm like,
they're cracked, dude. They're cracked.
Not as cracked as Tomb Raider and Need for Speed Underground and Sid Meier's The First Civilization being in the 70s. Tomb Raider should be higher.
And so should Civ too. But maybe they're saving things for SimCity, so.
Why do you think Civ should be higher?
Because I think of like things like Tropico, and I think of things like going on into Civ and just all the different type of world city builders. Of course, SimCity was like the original one, right? Cool.
Yeah.
So I expect that to be like 10, 20, something like that. But when it comes to like the level of detail that it is to not only manage your civilization, your own place, right, your own city, but then also to manage the relations and everything like that. There's a lot of complexity and logic that comes to that, and a lot of like building of an economy and figuring out how things would work and everything like that. So I think that's big for that strategy genre and that RTS genre. I think it's huge in that regard, in my opinion.
This
But I like those. I like those. I'm biased. I like those. I like strategy. I would love a good RTS.
I'm not a super RTS that's barren, but
Hmm.
when when I see Civilization, it's on Game Pass. I immediately had to download it. I was like, I'm not good at
Yeah.
them, but it's gaming future and gaming past because, like you said, everything is gonna pull from it. Every
Hmm.
single genre in some way is going to pull from the historics
Oh
or the
yeah,
big boys.
and it has a little bit of choice-based situations too, because like people can be like, I remember when you didn't give me the trade a couple years ago, and so now boom, I have your neck now, right? So
That's
there's a
true.
little bit of that in there, and it's super important,
Which
at least for that strategy genre. Look at you with this.
I'm fighting with this because
You
usually
are
I have
fine
it
with it.
hanging up, but I don't want to
Yeah.
block the light, so I put it down, and I'm just like I'm trying to get to my mouse because it's got to like lay flat, and I'm fighting. But we're also not gonna skip over
I need
Need
a
for
life.
Speed Underground. When to the window,
To
to the wall.
and a motherfucking wow.
Yeah, they would be like all up in there at the home screen. I remember playing this hardcore.
You like racing games, yeah?
Love racing. I'm actually playing Need for Speed Unbound right now.
Yeah. Are you a card nerd, by the way?
Oh, my dad is a mechanic. I'm a car nerd. Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely, you're a
That's
card
why
nerd.
Morgan is so particular about cars.
I can see. I can
Yeah.
see.
But I love cars, and I'll play when the next F1 game comes on, I'll play that. I'll play the next I'm playing Forza, the next Horizon. No, it's not Horizon. Forza Motorsports is coming. I'll play that.
Mhm.
I love
Mhm.
racing games.
Forza Horizon was,
Love them.
where do you feel like in, I guess, the thing of like, there's like burnouts. I like the arcadey ones like burnouts and flatouts and all those different types of stuff. But when it comes to like the burnouts or like the Need for Speeds or the Forza like or Ridge Race or whatever, what one is more of your like flavor, I guess you would say?
Oof. Honestly, I would say the best like for what I want to do right now is like American and Euro Truck Simulator. Which is people may say is weird, but like for like
No.
just general everyday driving and just like getting the true driving experience, I think the American and Euro Truck simulators are the best. And if I want to drive like a super or hyper car,
Mhm.
either like Forza 5 or honestly GTA Online. Because I feel like you're not going to get the true driving experience like you do with GTA or not GTA or like a Gran Turismo or Forza or Drive Club, but you are going to get the newest and hottest cars faster than they can put them in. So if you want to experience
Yeah.
those cars in a game that you know you're going to probably play, like sometimes I'll go into GTA Online just to like see different cars and see all the new cars that are being brought in because I'm like, this is the style of game I play in. But if you're just like, you want to see the beauty of everything, either Gran Turismo or Forza. But for just general, like everyday, American Truck, 100%.
I understand why you would be the kid that would stop at stoplights when you're bored of Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
'Cause that's what
And
those truck simulators are.
Nate just said that was a PC player responsive if I've ever heard one. Yeah, bitch.
Yeah, that was. Definitely was.
Shut up.
Do you know what consoles we play, by the way? But I also agree with Grand Theft Auto because I've never really. I liked not Grand Theft Auto. I liked Ridge Racer, mainly because it was one of the only games my brother had on PSP, so I had to learn to like it, and I did
Yep.
fine. But I've never really been like a racing game girly. Like I said, I like the arcade ones where you just crash and cause destruction. Because
Exactly.
obviously, you know, Isabella isn't good at driving.
But
But
that's the thing most people want. If you want a hyper
yeah,
realistic driver, you're gonna go play Formula One. Like you're gonna go
right,
play those realistic games. But
right.
you don't want that. And Grand Theft
No,
Auto, at least the base Grand Theft Auto, gives you the option of if you want to, if your car is stuck on its roof, you can flip it over. Like
yeah. And I
cost you
used to
nothing.
love on GTA 5, I would get high and I would get high as fuck and like just ride around and I listen to like Radio Los Santos
Yep.
and I just like, you know, listen to all the adverts or like I love doing that, just like driving down and just driving fast or like looking at the scenery and everything like that. So it's a great way to like, you know, pass the time and
Remind
pass that
me to
time.
introduce you to the radio when we fly back in.
Oh please, I hadn't seen that. I hadn't seen that yet. I hadn't touched it yet.
Yeah. For you, I think the way you play GTA, but like if you want to be a hardcore racer, Formula One, the Codemaster games, Ride, if you like motorcycles, Ride is the game based on the Isle of Man, which is like the craziest race and the craziest thing every year. The most
Mhm.
souped up motorcycles you can get going 200-300 miles an hour race around this little island as fast as they can, and at least
Wow.
every single year for the last 80 years somebody, 2 or 3 people have died every year because you're going so fast that if you crash,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
there's
it.
nothing
There's
left.
nothing protecting you. There's nothing protecting you. One of my
I
friends
love
really
it.
tried to get me into NASCAR, and like tried to get me to go to a race, and I was like,
You know what, I like NASCAR because if I'm a day like this is my drinking day,
mhm.
NASCAR
You
is what I'm paying attention to.
you watch it? You watch it?
My dad's a mechanic. I used to watch it. It's like when I'm
Oh.
like right now, because there is
Mhm,
no football. I love
mhm.
football and I love soccer. So there's nothing really for me to watch because the Women's World Cup just wrapped up.
I
Football
was gonna
season
ask her.
hasn't started.
I was gonna
But
ask how do you feel about the U.S. national team? Anyway,
I
uh,
love the US national team.
I know because you're so gay, so it's like they're usually up there.
I love the US
Uh,
national team and the Canadian because Team Canada.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna annoy you about football, by the way. I love football. I'm a football, like,
You can
that is
never
my
annoy me.
oh,
Can never annoy me. I tell you that. Oh, I don't know what this is. Oh, Breakout. Breakout is the balls on the things, right?
I actually agree with that so much. That has been an easy early adapter phone game. Literally, you want a low fidelity game to play that'll pass hours. There's so much fun to have with Breakout. It's had so many different iterations. Not only just the simple bop bop boop bop bow, but then you have like another iteration where like you hit one block and then it creates a million balls, or like you get two situations or you get two balls to play with. Breakout
Yeah.
is
It's a
it's a
classic.
foundation. It's a classic.
It's like, oh my
Super
god.
classic.
What was that goddamn game that was on like all the Nokia phones? You were a little paper airplane going through the caves.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I
Fuck.
can't remember the name of that because so
Fuck.
imagine you are a hot girl living her hot girl summer before hot girl summers were a thing. You were 12 years old. You got your first ever like flip phone or like half flip
Mhm.
phone they had at the time just to cover the keypad and you just put it in your
Oh,
pocket.
yeah, yeah.
And you could play Breakout, you could play
Mhm.
Snake, and then there was
Snake
this
was
game.
dope.
You were a paper airplane,
Fuck that game.
the sexiest paper airplane out there. And
Mm.
you would have to go through this cave, and sometimes there'd be like bats that would try to take you out, and you just broop, broop, broop with your phone.
Ooh, I hate that game. I was not good at that
That
game.
that's Flappy Bird. Oh my
It
god,
wa
that's
that's
Flappy
so
Bird for our
that is exactly what I was about to say, so thank you for fucking saying it. It was fucking Flappy Bird. They are copying this shit word for word. Oh,
I want to fight because you know what I was just thinking of. It was like, wait a minute, Morgan plays the game. That's what it was. It was our Flappy Bird. It was
fucking
Flappy Bird for the
Flappy
90s.
Bird. It was Flappy Bird, but you had like objective things going at you too. Like, it was just so floaty, and I couldn't fucking stand. I'm not good at either one of those. That's why I was like, I'm a
Has
breakout baddie. And what was the other thing you just said? Snake. Well, I love a good.
Oh, Snake was far.
I was
Snake was
about to say,
far.
I love a
Yeah,
good snake. Never say
has
that.
anybody ever made that comparison though? That Flappy Bird and that are the same game?
I'm so glad you fucking said it, because as you described it more, it clicked. I'm like,
that's Flappy Bird.
Same brain cell.
Oh my god.
Same
Okay.
brain cell right here. Same brain cell. That's
Same
crazy
brain cell.
though.
Tetris should be higher. It should not be 71. It is the most influential game of all time.
Of all time. Or at least top 10. Or at least top 10. How many puzzle games did it put? As we talked about too, like, we have older people in our lives who didn't play them video games, but they love playing Tetris. You know? My mom would literally steal me and my brother to game to play, to be like, Tetris.
Yep.
Tetraminos.
I'm just playing a little bit, baby. I'm just playing a little bit.
You know, and then 10 years later. Don't tell me Minecraft is up here. It's
70.
This is a bad list.
Okay. We're just gonna speed through the rest of this list, because I need to get to an actual gaming list. Okay, 70 Minecraft.
Awful. No, awful.
Pitfall.
I think that's actually properly rated. It should not be above Minecraft, but it is properly rated for it's like semi-influential because of platforming, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Okay. Diablo 2, that should be higher. Missile Command, that's where it's at.
Yeah.
Same with Star Wars TIE Fighter. Okay. SimCity should probably be higher. Oop. Super Mario Kart.
SimCity should absolutely be higher. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way. For the real-time strategy girlies and boys and personies, absolutely.
I think, yeah. That should be in, like, top 30 at least.
Oh, yeah.
Super Mario Kart should be a little higher up, in my opinion. Maybe, like, 40s.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see. Battlefield 1942. If you're not an FPS fan, this is perfect where it is. If you're an FPS fan, then this needs to be higher.
Fair.
Madden.
Madden 2005. I feel like everyone talks about 2K5, but I actually really like Madden 5. I like Madden 05 way more than 2K5.
I was a fan of 09 because that's when they brought in like that really good superstar mode.
Oh yeah, where you can like custom. They made it RPG-ish a little bit. Yeah. They made this RPG as well, like cards, but the cards didn't compare to actually like stat attributions and everything like that. So
I do miss the Madden games every so often. And then I download them through EA Play and I'm like, oh, these have gotten shit. Okay.
Oh my god. Literally the 2020 version, and it sucks because my favorite football player right now, Lamar Jackson. I love Lamar Jackson. He is like, don't you ever say shit about Lamar Jackson. I'll fight
exactly.
I love Lamar. I remember when he was in college. Anyway, I'm not gonna I'll bother you about football another time.
I love football.
But I love the fact I know you said I'm never annoying to you, but I'm gonna annoy you.
No, because I'm gonna introduce you to my league, the CFL, which is
I've always wanted to get into CFL, to be honest.
You know what? It's my greatest flex. Whenever I'm dealing with somebody who's a little bit ignorant or like doesn't understand things and they're just trying to like dig down on Canada, I go, what Super Bowl are you celebrating this year? Is it 55, 56? Okay, well our Grey Cup is like 122. We've been around a lot longer than y'all. Y'all kind of ripped the game off from us, and then they go, if they even want to go to Wikipedia, they lose their mind, and I'm like, I was trying to have fun about a football conversation. You wanted to turn it into a whole like country thing, and then when I smacked you didn't like it, so it wasn't my fault.
And like the end zones are like wider. I think the down system is really interesting too. And there's been some great players. Like, wasn't Kurt Warner in the CFL first initially, or was it Maddox? It's Maddox, I think, Steelers guy. But Cam Wake is a good one. The Rock was in the CFL too, as well. So
Johnny Manziel was, but he got kicked out.
But Chad Kelly, I think, is also in the CFL right now too, and I
I think so,
always
yeah.
wanted to see what he would be. I
We got a
love
lot
football
of
so
American
much.
players.
I am going to. I say I'm gonna bother you, and I know it
You
don't
know,
bother you. But
because the season's about to pick up here. Actually, the season is going on right now, and my team
I'm
is
just.
losing.
Oh, what's your team? The not Jets, the Packers Jets. Is that the thing? The green one you're in, the green yellow
Yeah,
one?
our old uniform. So we changed our name recently. We are the Edmonton
Yeah.
Elks, but our name before, and I can see why they changed it, was the Edmonton Eskimos. And I was
Ah,
like, ah. But yes, we
I,
do look
I
like the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, no, because you were wearing a jersey, and I was like, "Is that a Jets or is that Packers or something?" And for
Yeah.
me, like, I'm a Jets fan, but I've always been an Aaron Rodgers fan.
I was an Aaron Rodgers fan until 2020 happened.
Oh,
But that's
I just I shut the fuck up. Don't
yeah.
talk, and I love you. Shut the fuck up. Don't say a single word, and I love you so much.
That's how I feel about Scarlett Johansson. Shut your fucking mouth.
Yes. Just say, "Look pretty, do what you're good at, and then just leave. Don't you ever say a single or express a single thought in your world because you're
Nobody wants
terrible."
to hear your opinions about Harvey Weinstein.
Oh my
Yeah.
I forgot that she was a supporter of his. Fuck that.
She was a
Uh,
supporter of but not Harvey's because nobody could be, but
uh,
it
uh,
was another guy that it was like he
oh,
was
was
just
it
as
the
bad.
Tim Allen, the one who dated the daughter that was young and was also really weird? What's his
But
name?
you know what? I wouldn't be
Which one
surprised.
am I? But and no, it's not
Hollywood is
Tim Allen.
disgusting.
Oh my god, like, what's his name? Brendan Song or whatever? Brandon Song or something like that? That guy is a
Or
problem, okay? That guy's a
yeah.
pedophile.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but,
People are mm.
there Hollywood's so fucked up. I really need to read Jeanette McCurdy's book, but I also don't wanna cry
No.
because I know I'm gonna
Because you'll
cry.
never enjoy another TV show again.
Ever. I already look at child actors because you remember like growing up and you're like I don't know if you were, but like I used to be like, oh, it would be cool to kind of be a
I
child
was.
actor.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
like,
be
oh,
in the
this would be
cast.
cool.
And then you like realize all the shit that they went through and how many drugs they done because they've been fucked up. And it's like, it's amazing when one of them comes out okay, like semi okay. Like
Yep.
Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera are also like are success stories because there's a lot more that don't like Aaron and Nick Carter. Like, oh,
Yep. Do you
Jesus Christ.
remember when Endgame came out and they debuted Tony Stark's daughter Morgan
Yeah.
and people were like stopping her and her family in the streets because they wanted an autograph from a 6-year-old, and a guy got like visibly upset and had the cops called against him because he would not let the family go. I'm like, she is 6, man. That is weird.
Bro, people
I
are
was like, that is
fucking
weird.
weird, dude. Like the countdown to 18 counters, dude. They're so
Oh,
they're so fucking weird, dude.
yeah.
So fucking weird. But
Yeah.
football. I can't wait to talk to you about football. It's coming up. I'm gonna like send you like five Discord messages in a row. Just don't get mad at me because I'm excited. I'm excited.
You know, our Grey Cup is coming up. Should be November here soon. So
Mhm.
I know my team's. After my team, we have now the record for the most home loss. So I'm like, I know. I don't know. I don't know who's gonna take it. The Red Blacks, maybe the Lions. I don't know anymore.
You're gonna have to one day when you're free, because I know you're a busy lady. I'm gonna have to ask you for a fill-in for it so I can watch and get excited.
That
We've
and
had-
also this game is too high because it called me fat when I stepped on that little balance board. Said you are obese for your age and height, and I'm like, I am 10. Thank you. This is going to lead to lifelong problems.
You always bring that up, and I just want to hug little you until it'll be all right, baby. Okay.
Me and Lonnie both talked about this. I was like, that shit called me fat when I was 10, and I've never recovered since.
No.
Like, damn.
Oh no! It's fitness games. At least the dance mat for whatever it did. Like the dance mat never called you fat. and I wanna load it up. It turns out my cousin has one, and I wanna
Oh,
borrow it, and I know it's gonna immediately call me like, "I got a big ass and I got big tits, yo." It's gonna call me fat. I know it is. I know
yes.
it is.
Yep,
I'm
yep,
gonna
yep.
hate it. I'm gonna hate it. I'm gonna hate it,
Because
but
it's also the standards of 15 years ago. So
yeah.
all of
Oh,
our dietary
absolutely.
shit has changed since then.
Oh, BMI is not a thing anymore, but back then it really was, and so it's
It
gonna
was
call me fat. I know it
BMI
is.
was all that mattered.
I got my mom's genes, I got my dad's genes. My dad's genes are big tits, and my mom's genes are big ass. I can't help it. Can't help
Amen. This game is too low. Donkey Kong
I
Country is number 60.
I think graphically it was amazing. Um, a small confession. Eh, on the
Okay.
game. On it.
Okay.
Eh. But it's a great game, like, for, like, graphically, what that shit did, that's amazing for the Super Nintendo. Even the Game Boy port too, because there was a Game Boy port for whatever reason. Why was there a Game Boy port? A Game Boy
Because.
original port.
Because.
What do you think it should be higher?
I think it should be higher. And maybe this, now that you've said it, yeah, now that I like think of it, it probably is the right spot, but I think of it higher because it led to Rare doing like the other Diddy Kong Racing, GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Conquer. Like it led to them being successful. That's why I think
Oh,
I
yeah.
hold it in higher regard.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
may not like be a super fan of it, but I do love GoldenEye. I love Conquer. I love Perfect Dark. Star Fox is like okay, but whatever. Like I love the games that they were allowed to do after this.
Mhm. I wanna play Killer Instinct, I haven't. And also Conker's Bad Fur Day, like, I feel like it
Best
would
game.
be I know you would like it. I know you'd like it. It's I probably would love it too because we're both highly inappropriate for whatever
You
reason.
know why I'm glad they haven't decided on a remake? Because
Mhm. No,
if it had been 5 years earlier, we
no.
would have gotten that Rick and Morty humor. It would have been,
Yeah.
and I'm like that. Now that we know
Wha
all he did, it just doesn't
n
taste right.
Yeah,
So
I know it would be
I
like
don't
Duke
need that.
Nukem where it's like, it
Blech.
needs to stay in the past. You know, it needs to
Yeah,
stay in the past. It was good for what it was. I have to pee though. I'm you.
go pee,
I have to
go pee,
Okay,
go
go
pee,
piss girl.
go piss, girl. And I'll talk about Street Fighter 2 World Warrior. Street Fighter 2. Okay, Street Fighter 2 had like 60 iterations, 60 go back and forth. And this was the days where we didn't have the digital downloads. You literally had to buy a new cartridge, which, God, would have been like 30, 40 bucks back then, but still same R prices due to inflation and all that. Nate, please. Please. Go, take care of yourself. Watch the show you want to watch, baby. You can always watch us again after it's all over. Don't worry. Don't stress yourself out. Kung Fu Master. It came out 84. Side-scrolling. Wait, was this the Taekwondo? It was originally, or was that a different game? I can't tell you how much versions. I did a little deep dive into Street Fighter 2 and the amount of versions and copies and spin-offs that they had. And that doesn't even include the unofficial ports that people made years later or the stuff that you've seen on the Mugen engine, which Mugen gets slept on how much people do in there. Kung Fu Master, Karate Champ, I think these were the same game but just like different because I remember one of these. Chrono Trigger. Okay, we'll pause here because Bordy might have played Chrono Trigger. Sheesh. You know what? Actually, I don't know. Chrono Trigger, even though it did come out recently, was 2017. Recently, that was what 6-7 years ago. I think Chrono Trigger is one of those like Final Fantasy 7 and like Tomb Raider. It's one of those seminal games that people have played Does that sound crazy to say that most people would have played or have at least heard of Chrono Trigger by now, because it is like one of those ones that people talk about all the time? Like, they're giving instances of Bioshock, Fable, that it's influenced KOTOR, Baldur's Gate. Chrono Trigger is kind of like that beach. Just like I feel oh my god, Octopath Traveler will be. I think Octopath Traveler will be a very, very influential game in the future, if it's not right now, because I think not Chrono Trigger, goddamn, what is it? The game I was just talking about. Oh my god, Octopath Traveler. I think Octopath Traveler.
I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with you.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, Chrono Trigger, to me, I'm trying to compare Chrono Trigger, like, most gamers should have heard of it, and I feel like it's one of those influential games like Octopath Traveler will be, because Octopath Traveler brought back that, like, heavy 2D, 3.5D kind of weird shit. So I was like, most people will have heard of this game, even if you haven't played it, or you didn't, disgrace yourself to play the 2017, I think, 2016 re-release that Square put out.
Yeah. Trash.
You know what? We were mad at Square Enix, but nobody was mad at Rockstar for putting out the mobile version as the definitive edition, and then taking all the other versions off digital stores.
Oh, I hate them for that, because literally around that time, because I still have my Xbox, but I just don't feel like I could just put it on my PC,
Exactly.
and it would be so much easier. It's a lot of work, and I want to play Grand Theft Auto 4 again, and I want to play. I still have not. I played some of San Andreas, but I really haven't played it like that. So like, you haven't played Resident Evil 4, so
okay, but for us peoples that are badass and nerdy,
then you need to play Resident Evil 4.
No, I just think there's no person that has not in some way played a Grand Theft Auto or played a San Andreas, no matter what type of gamer you are.
I've played San Andreas, but like, some cute shit, maybe one mission here or there, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You haven't got to the hot coffee yet?
I mean, have you gotten to that?
I tried, and then I'm like, if I wanted this, I would just go play my Sims Wicked Whim. So.
Yeah, there's so many better sex games to play.
Yeah, not around there.
So many different better sex games. We're degenerates. Karate Champ was good, and Chrono Trigger. I wish I didn't have a bad ROM, because I really want to play it. I really wanted to play it, even as someone who's not into like super JRPGs like that. Even though my favorite game of all time is a JRPG, we can talk about that later.
What if that's not on this list?
I will strangle. No, I mean I can. I will begrudgingly accept it. Yeah, I feel like IGN's list.
IGN,
yeah, because I feel like that's like that's a gamer cut right there, and influence Undertale, and it's not very influential, I would feel, as much as I love it. I feel like it didn't carve path for a lot of different JRPGs like Chrono Trigger did, right? So I wouldn't actually be mad for it, even though it's my favorite game. If it's best games all time, I'm gonna fight you if it's not on there. But influential is different than best, So I will concede where I would concede,
Halo 2 at 55. I don't know if I like that one.
I'll only accept it if 3 and 1 are also way higher in this list.
Okay, everybody remember this? 55, yeah. Halo 2.
Only.
Now we're on the hunt for the other ones. Gran Turismo, the original, yes, influential. Pole Position was another racing game back in the gaff. Yep.
Pole Position sounds so dirty.
I know. Oh, Double Fine Adventure.
Wow, that's crazy.
Oh, this is the movie. Why is it already here?
Why is it? You know what? As an artist, though, I will respect this. As an artist, I really respect this because it's talking about the Kickstarter, right?
Yep.
I feel like this is like the most. It's kind of odd to me how they didn't go. What was the name? What was the name of the game that came from it?
Psychonauts.
No, this wasn't kicking off for Psychonauts. This was kicking out for like Broken Age, right? I think it was the name of the game. And funding that. This was really just to keep their company afloat in general at the
Yeah.
time. I remember I was freshman year of college. I was like, I don't have a lot of money, but I love Tim Schafer. Tim Schafer, for me, if you guys don't know, he is the reason why I wanted to be in the gaming industry, because the fact that you can put so much creativity and fun and humor is a big thing to me.
Yep.
I say it all the time. I love making this one laugh right here, and so many other people laugh.
Nerd.
It's a nerd for you, baby. It's a skill and a passion of mine. T. um, but uh, I think that this was super huge in just making Kickstarter, and not only Kickstarter, but also the Humble Bundle what it is. Because it gave you so much content, it gave you all the different games, Grim Fandango, fucking what was the one with not Tim Schafer, what was the name? Brutal Legend. Um
Oh yeah,
uh
that was good.
Costume quest, stacking, all those different types of stuff, and all the older deeper cuts that they had too. This saved one of the most creative indie companies I feel out there, not only leading to Broken Age, but also to leading to Psychonauts 2, but then
Mhm.
also was big for the Kickstarter. So for an artist's sake, I feel like this is it's not a game. A Double Fine Adventure wasn't a game. Um
It's an experience,
it's an experience, it's a
and it makes
wave, it's a vibe, you know?
perfect sense that it's on here because I bet you we will not see this in the IGN.
Absolutely not. That's why from an artist sense, I
It
respect it,
makes sense. Yeah.
You know?
I also
Mhm.
respect Assassin's Creed 1 being at the position it's at because, like I said, it was a great pivotal game to really like force the stealth genre onto people, but seeing it as somebody who is playing through Odyssey and is going to Valhalla next, it's dated, but it's
Mhm.
where it's at. It's the halfway point, literally.
Literally.
Speaking of halfway, GoldenEye, she's number 50, and I think she's perfect.
Perfect at this stage, yeah?
I don't think people remember how awful it is to control with that goddamn N64 stick.
Oh my
And
god,
then
the
you
little
got the
min
C button and like you
the
throwing up
penis
gang signs
camera
trying to do
button.
buttons.
The penis camera button was good for left-handers, but it's bad for everybody else.
Right? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
GoldenEye is pivotal. Pivotal, just like I think Perfect Dark is pivotal. But
Mhm.
if you were not a James Bond fan, you're going to play through the story and be like, I do not care what is
Yeah.
happening.
Oh, no. It was strictly because of his local LAN multiplayer, and it was
Mm-hmm.
huge for LAN multiplayer too, one of the best for N64. You're talking about Smash level, Mario Party level when it comes to N64, specifically for the FPS genre as well. Super great.
Yep.
Uh, but you'd have to have an N64, and guess who didn't have one?
This was like tape cardboard onto your TV screen so you can have your individual quadrant and couldn't see people. It was
Yeah, yeah.
intense.
Oh, I fucking hate thank God.
Yeah.
I love couch multiplayer. I miss couch multiplayer, because
Mm-hmm.
because you have moments where someone would when you talk about stream sniping, we would have screen sniping where someone would look, "Hey, where you at?" and just go up to you and bully you. I
Girl.
fucking hated my cousins for that shit, bro, all the time.
Girl.
All the
I've
fucking
been
time.
playing through It Takes Two with Amelia, and because it is that
Uh-huh.
split screen, I'd be like fucking her over, leaving her somewhere, moving on without her, crushing her. I'm
Evil.
like, see, this is
Evil.
dangerous. But then I also get distracted. I'm like,
Evil.
what's in my brain? Because my brain wants to be on one side, but that's not my side. So I'm like, who's doing that dumb thing? Who keeps walking off? Who keeps delaying? Oh, that's. I'm just like, my brain. But I love it's like Portal 2. I love watching Portal 2 co-op playthroughs.
Mhm.
Mm. I
Mm.
love watching people just mess with their friends. It's so
Oh,
glorious.
Remind me to never play a dual multiplayer
It
game with
depends on
you.
the type of game. If we're playing like a ready or not situation where we have to actually work as a team and you fuck me over, I'm gonna be pissed. But if it's like Conquer co-op or whatever, some off the wall game, I'm gonna be like,
oh, you know what?
with each other.
We promised to play Resident Evil 5 together. I want to
We
do that
did.
for real. I
have to get
actually
on
want to do
PC.
that. I'm super serious. I need to get it for PC too. I'm super serious. Super serious.
Bad.
I would love to play that because I never did.
Is 6 co-op as well?
I've also never played 6. I've literally avoided playthroughs of 6. I've literally avoided playthroughs. I have not seen people play through it. I saw it once. I think end of It was like in the night section of GDQ. So it was like on. I was like, oh, and I fell asleep.
Yeah.
Do you want to knock those out? Like sometimes it'll have to be later. I mean, it could be. I don't know.
I'm kind of down to do that because and maybe this is why I'm like, I haven't gone back to the series. The only one I've played is Biohazard, so 7. And that was horrifying.
I told you I'd hold your hand through 4 and the 4 remake. I want you to play both. I will be there in the Discord call. I will be there in the Discord call if you need to. But 5 and 6, at least we can play co-op. Because I never, my friend who loves 4 up and down, says that 5 is his favorite because of co-op, and I never experienced that. I was just playing with PC, and so it's just like 5 is cool, but it's not like to me.
Yeah.
But I still want to play 6, even though it's not a real Resident Evil game. I don't care.
The Metapod. Number 49 is oh god. What is that? BII? That's 7, right?
Free the Volvi, by the way, guys. Go ahead and like this video.
That is 7.
Like this video so we can free the Volvi.
No, I'm an idiot because you know why? I just kind of noticed this, and it's only for the older games. Final Fantasy VII came out in 1997. Final Fantasy 13 came out in 2013.
Oh.
Usually they have like a release schedule on the year. I didn't even realize that until just now.
Do they? Oh.
For some of them.
I'm a dumb bitch too. Hello? I didn't realize. What?
Those are the only 2 that I know of because those are the only 2 I played heavy. But the other ones might be in the same year, but because like, well, the recent ones. What is the recent one? 16? Yeah, that can't fall in anything. I think it was the older ones when they were starting out. That was wild.
I didn't know.
Final Fantasy VII should be higher, in my opinion. 64 should be higher. Quake should be higher.
What? All these 3 back to back to back not being higher is crazy. They're so influential for RPG, platforming, and online multiplayer genres.
Right.
Crazy. We'll see in the IGN way higher though. So
yeah, because
for now,
y'all. Pro Skater. You know what? That's kind of at where I expected it to be.
Yeah.
It's
Enemy wants it to be 30s, but it's not. It's probably 40s. It is.
Yeah. What's this? Defense of the Ancients. I do not know that one.
Who? Never heard of her. It's a MOBA. I don't like a lot of MOBAs.
Bitch, that's Dota.
Oh, is this that?
I was like, DOTA, DOTA, DOTA.
So funny because I only know Dota as Dota, and literally Dota is only known as Dota. It's not meant as. It's like calling Rocket League rocket powered hydroponic flying carring action. Who the fuck does it? You tricked us. You tricked us. It's the dumb bitch shoes. I'm blaming dumb bitch shoes. No.
As soon as I saw this screenshot, fucking Dota by Bass Hunter started playing in my head, and I'm like, wait, that's Dota.
DOTA.
Defense of the Ancients. It's Dota's government name.
It's the government name, right?
That is her government name.
Right.
Nate.
No one calls Dota by his full name. Nate.
Nate. I was like, this feels familiar. You know, I used to be heavy into Dota, and then I started playing League, and I cannot play Dota anymore.
Of course you are, you nerd. Of course you are, you nerd. Of
So now that we've
course.
exposed her for
Our
being where she is,
we've we pulled back the mask in Scooby Doo. We see her for who she really is.
if I would have read a sentence in, I would have seen it was Dota. My brain was so like,
And you made fun of me for not reading. Hello, Miss reads 500-page novels.
because sometimes you got to get that information. And now your government name is out there, Dota. We got
We exposing you, girl.
Tamagotchi. Okay, yeah.
Well, you know what? No, because I was gonna mention a not game. So yeah, that is a game. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay.
44. I don't know, for as big as it was in the 90s, maybe 30s, but 40, I could take it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'll take it.
Modern Warfare, one of the most
Has a
influential
lot.
Call of Duties.
One of the most influential modern first-person shooters. No, I refuse.
That's got to be in the
This is not 40.
20s.
That I refuse for it to be this low. Like, what's that game? I think you reviewed a game the other day, and it stole Call of Duty's HUD like word from word.
Oh, X Defiant, the new Ubisoft game coming out.
Maybe.
X Defiant is supposed to be the next, like, it's supposed to be the return to form for Call of Duty made by Ubisoft. And if they do it well, I think it can, because nobody expected Siege to be as popular as it is today. Still.
Oh,
or
yeah.
even
No.
What the hell is that game? Even For Honor. Nobody expected that to recover, and it's become a very popular esports game.
It wasn't X Defiant, but that also, the HUD is another Call of Duty rip too. Like,
yeah,
this is especially. I think the HUD more than the gameplay, but also the gameplay as well. Like in the perks when you're leveling up and kill streaking, it's. Anyway, we'll talk about this later.
Nate is right. Modern Warfare started COD as we know it today, even though it's been to space and all that. I 100% agree with that. Because there's
absolutely.
6 of these games.
And Brothers of Arms was eating his ass. Or Medal of Honor, too.
Yep.
Eating his ass. Eating niggas' ass.
I think,
all of it.
Bitch. I think my favorite will still be Big Red One. Big Red One was amazing. That was like 2004. PlayStation 2.
That tickles the brain, but
that might have been 2002 because World at War came out after that. But like Black Ops and Big Red One. Nate says X Defiant has a shot because COD has gotten so far from what it used to be. Yes, I believe that. And if Ubisoft does it right, they can do it. Because I did get to play a little bit in the weekend, the free weekend. It's good. And the time to kill is like frustrating, but it's fair. You just gotta be good, StarCraft.
I'm not good at any of those.
StarCraft is where it's at. I'm surprised it's as high as it is because it
Really?
was PC exclusive.
So, the only reason I make this face is because I was at DreamHack Atlanta, and it shocked the fuck out of me how big the StarCraft 3 version 3 room was. It was massive. It was the main stage that was taking up everything. Fighting game was like this much compared to StarCraft, which is like huge. And then you look at the Korean market. In the Korean market, StarCraft is everything. For me, this is way too low, because when it comes to online real-time strategies, this is everything. This is everything. I don't even understand the reference, but like everyone always hated this card in Cards Against Humanity because no one understood it, but it's big. You must construct additional pylons. Like I don't get it because I've never played that game, but it's huge. It's great. It's a esports staple, dude.
I will say StarCraft 2, 100% I agree with you. Especially after Wings of Liberty and the whole Sarah Kerrigan arc kind of finished. StarCraft 1, it had to build that. It was like Dota. Dota 2 is more popular than Dota. It had to build off of that. So I think this is where it's good where it's at if StarCraft 2 is... Because StarCraft 2 is the popular one. Dune 2.
You're right.
I don't really know this one.
Nope.
It's a Mega Drive game. Yeah, be where you are.
Never played Mega Drive like that.
Double
Double
Dragon
Dragon.
and Asteroids. Yeah. Yeah.
I like Asteroids where it's at. And you know what? I like Double Dragon where it's at too because it was a great beat 'em up that really kicked off the beat 'em up. But like when you think about things like Final Fight, way better.
Yeah.
You know?
Final Fight, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. Yeah, there's a lot of other Golden Axe. There's a lot of
Mhm.
better games, but it is. I'm liking where both of these are at.
Mhm.
Dance Dance Revolution.
DDR. Feel the burn. Feel the burn. And it didn't call you fat.
It didn't. It just said, "Man, you really pressing them buttons. You got
Right.
it. You got it." DDR.
Your pressing is a little
Perfect.
hard. Oh man, I love DD. I like the rhythm genre. You can't think of the rhythm genre without DDR. And like
Yes.
there would always be that one person who
Yeah. The
and
brrrr. Yep.
we like typewriting on the shit, and you're like, I can't do that. I can't
Yep.
eating the nigga's ass. Eating the nigga's ass, yo. Be absolutely
Is she
all day.
all day or day?
All day, every day. Anybody can get this ass eating.
Damn.
Don't
Damn.
clip that. Do not clip that.
Yeah. You say not to
Don't
do
clip
something,
that.
people are gonna do it.
Oh,
DDR.
they are.
It's DDR.
You're the people. I love it. I love DDR. It's rhythm games. I love it. Fitness.
Okay.com. Yeah.
Also fitness games. Kicking off.
We love
Duck
fitness
Hunt.
games.
That don't call us fat.
Exactly. Duck Hunt. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
If light gun technology was still prevalent today, I would put it higher.
Yeah.
Actually, light gun technology is prevalent. That's VR. It's the PlayStation Move, where you need the camera to look at you.
But because there's no more CRTs, the technology has changed in such a way to where it's not as like. I feel like we had a lot more nowadays. You only see it really in the arcade, as much as you used to, you know. But it's still light gun. I hope light gun doesn't end up a moment in time, a zap in time. You know what I mean? Because
I think it would be.
I know, but like time crashes is so fun, and like you know, Dunk Hunt and what's another one that the bitches like me, even like
House of the
remember?
Dead.
Oh, House of the Dead. House of the Dead is a great one.
Yep.
Even the Area 51s in the Kiss shooting games, because why the fuck did that exist?
Why not?
Those are
Yeah,
all like
exactly.
cool, you know? I miss light gun games. Oh, there's a really good Gundam one on emulators if you guys wanna it was Japanese only. Really good Gundam one. That's a light gun. It's an SNES game. It's super fun. I cannot remember for the life of me because it's Japanese, but it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Light gun is the shit, yo.
Tecmo Super Bowl. Okay. Yeah. You're fine.
Perfectly rated. Perfectly rated.
Gauntlet
Great
2.
sport game.
Tennis for 2.
No.
I don't
Higher.
know. I've never heard this. Tennis for 2.
This was Pong before Pong. This was the first video game. Like, I know it talked about the other one, but this was the first video game. Like, this. Hey, what's up, Rain? How you doing? Slide through?
Rain.
You know? Like, I slide in people's DMs. I don't slide in anyone's DMs because I'm a wimp.
About to say, man.
I do not. If I were more bold, I'd be like, hey, bitch, I think you pretty. Like, let's da-da-da. But I'm not.
You're so shy.
I'm very shy. Shy. But Tennis for 2 was like the best video game. Yeah, that was on the SNES, Generation X. My little bro played the shit out of that game. It was simple yet fun as fuck. Yes, and you shoot the records and you get bonus points. I liked it too, Yogi.
Kiss was even in goddamn Tony Hawk Underground. They had a whole level.
Kiss was weird because Kiss was so big. They would have like makeup lines. They had funeral caskets.
They had they had so much. It was so weird for so long, and it will be weird again because they are getting older. So you know, once they all start passing, we'll see more Kiss stuff randomly just show up.
I can't wait till the behind the music where it's just like but Tennis for 2 is the first original game. I don't know where the other game came from. Maybe that was before that, but this is what colloquially people refer to. So I think that should be higher.
I bet. computer space. Going opera. I don't care. He said arcade. I was like, okay. Do not know her.
No, I don't care.
Space War 62.
Space War.
Wizardry Proving Grounds. The Mad Overlord. Never ever even heard of that game. Okay.
Who are these? Who are you people?
We're just gonna. You know, have you ever watched Twister?
Yeah, I have.
My favorite movie. When they go into at the end, they go into that farmer shed and they look around all these blades and like, who are these people? That's what I just felt. Who are these people? Okay. We got Metal Gear Solid. 30 is perfect for the original one.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Stealth. I mean, Thief, I feel like is when it comes to stealth, but I mean,
yeah.
In terms of like PlayStation, putting PlayStation on the map, I feel like this was an early one too. You know?
Yeah. Because again, it did lead to Deus Ex, the Hitman games later on. Assassin's Creed was heavily influenced by Metal Gear, or at least Metal Gear Solid. What was the original one? Metal Gear is what they were called on the NES.
Oh, yeah, that game. And that game was it a hot pile of ass? I don't remember. So, yeah.
Damn.
God, I can't hear you right now. I'm so sorry. I like kicked out my. I'm so sorry, nerd.
She got so excited, y'all.
I get really excited, and that's why I'm always scared that I'm being annoying. Cause like when I get really excited about people or about things, I talk to them constantly or message them or like get
You should
yelly.
know me enough. You've been around me enough to watch me while somebody's in the middle of a sentence go, just please stop talking. Like if I'm annoyed, I am no qualms about making my uncomfortableness known. You know this.
I know, but
I will make other people uncomfortable because I am now uncomfortable. I'm that person.
I know,
but somebody's looking at me like, please save us. Be that voice. And I'm like, bet.
Yeah.
I'm annoyed. I don't want to be here.
And I'll always be like try to lighten it or trying to change the subject, and I feel like you're direct. You're like you're the fire and I'm the ice. But it's trauma, yo, because I've been the annoying person, so I just want to and I never want to like annoy you or anybody or anyway stuff like that. No,
if for me, if it gets to the point where you feel you are annoying me, I have not been a good friend to you to say these are my boundaries. Don't push it. I always try to set up those boundaries, and if we have had that conversation and you still push past that, that's when I'm like, oh, it's a you problem. But if it's like I've set my boundaries up and you don't even, now that you know them, you don't want to go towards them, when I'm like, you can still sit on the fence. You don't need to like jump over, but you can sit on the fence. Yeah. I haven't been a good friend to communicate that to you.
Okay. Let me
so
know.
It's never what did they do. It's what should I have as a friend of theirs communicated first to them, instead of just being like they're the problem. No, it's a two-way street. Friendships are two-way streets. Yeah, if I don't communicate, how can you understand? If you don't communicate, how can I understand?
And that is true. And some people cross those boundaries like it's candy, or sometimes people unawarely so may cross a boundary that they didn't know was set, or sometimes it takes people time to understand. So I'm always like, please tell me, because I'm excited. I'm an excitable person, as I just kicked out
your whole shits.
Because you mentioned Super Baseball 2020 and you're playing it on the SNES. Yobi, go back and play. The Genesis version is even better, but the best version is the Neo Geo version. That is so good. The Neo Geo version has the best sound. It has the best sound effects, the best graphics. It's the closest to the arcade kit that you can get. So please go back. The SNES version. You remember I was going through the SNES thing and I was talking about sometimes SNES sports aren't that bitch. That's one of them where the SNES port is actually kind of doo-doo garbage comparatively. So go back and play the Neo Geo version because that's really good. It's so fun. They have a career mode where you're Oh yeah, that's also not an SNES version where like you can like pay for your robots to like get better, or you pay for your humans to get better equipment, and so they can knock out the park a little bit better. They have like a seasonal mode where you can go and you get money for wins, and then you could go wins and you go to other things. It's so good. Do the other alphabets. Hate you.
Dab for the don to 199 from Rain. He says, question, do the other alphabets hate you? Now, what alphabets we talking about? Because for us, that means something completely different. When you say the alphabets, the alphabet mafia, that's a whole nother thing.
You're such a fucking nerd.
But if you're doing a pickup line,
I love it.
the other alphabets could never hate you because you are perfect.
Don't do that.
Half-Life 2, 29. What do you think?
It's a Shark Week. Don't do that. Half-Life. How much
2.
Riz? How much Riz do you have? Where do I buy Riz at the store to get your Riz?
I got
Half-Life
no Riz.
2.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That is a lie. That's a lie. I know so many people.
But think about it. Why do I need to have Riz when I can go from sounding like a normal human being to sounding like this? You don't really need to have Riz when you sound like this. You know?
Don't do that voice.
Yeah, no. Shark Week.
Don't do it.
Half-Life 2 is considered one of the best FPSs of all time.
So much so that people would go ahead and say, "Oh my gosh, where's Half-Life 3? I've been waiting on Half-Life 3." Which is funny because no one talks about Half-Life Alyx, even though I guess that is spiritually 3, right? You know? Probably because of VR.
Yeah.
Probably because, a lot of different things. Because it's been so long and people will just forget about all the hype, which is why Beyond Good and Evil 2 is like
it's doomed.
The guy over it, the project, the creative director passed away.
40 years old.
That's insane.
Wild.
That should not happen. We're never gonna get that game.
Because the creative directors have left. Yeah, it's. You know what? We will see what the Shave of Skull and Bones is when it comes out, to see what Beyond Good and Evil is gonna come out, because they're both Ubisoft projects. So we will see what the state of Skull and Bones is, and then we will see if Beyond Good and Evil 2 will ever come out. Because if that game is not good, if Mirage is going the way I think it's gonna go, what should be next? It should be.
They already introduced Project Jade. I think I forgot if they named it. I think they did name it, but it was called Project Jade.
Yep.
It's great.
Yep. There's that one. And then the next one should be, because they just did Far Cry 6, so it should be Watch Dogs 4. So, yeah, we'll see in the next few games. Oh, actually, we'll also see with the Avatar, the Pandora game.
Oh yeah,
we'll see.
I actually don't think that'll be bad. And also, too, the Star Wars game is Ubisoft, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
God, I can't remember what it's called.
That
was good.
I was about to say Star Wars Outer Worlds. Hello, those are two different games.
Don't worry, I was gonna say Scoundrels, but I don't think that's it. But we did watch that. We watched the Ubisoft show, and then we saw it on the previous show.
Yeah,
I don't know
which
what it
Starfield was clearly influenced from. They did not have that concept at all until Starfield came around, and then they're like, "Ooh, space travel, boom, got it." So, why does Alyx have a Half-Life?
Well, if we want to get into the nitty-gritty of it, Half-Life is heavily based on scientific equations, so there could be something inside of Alyx that has a half-life, which means, like, take uranium from a stable source. It has a half-life and then a dead life, or whatever it's called. A half-life is, once it gets to 24 hours out of its containment zone, it may become reactive and explosive. So you need to return it to wherever it can be, if it can be contained within that 24 hour or the next 24 hours. If not, you need to find a way to dispose of it. Or like blood out of our bodies. If our blood has a half-life and a dead life, I don't know what it's called. But if you take blood out of our body, it will die within a certain amount of minutes. And then if you don't return it or you don't oxygenate it, then it will die. That's why organ transplants are so time sensitive. Sorry.
You have never been more of a nerd, and I have never appreciated it more.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've never appreciated it more. Oh my god, you're so nerdy. I love it.
No, I'm not a nerd.
You are a nerd. You are a nerd. It's okay.
You're a nerd because I bet you played Guitar Hero. That's right. I'm picking on you now.
Okay, but where is it? I'm mad.
I know you played Guitar Hero.
I fucking love Guitar Hero, man. I fucking loved it. I'm mad I was in with Arms Reach. It should not have been Arms Reach. I need to like put it on my wall. I bought like wall plugs to make sure that I can like put it on my wall. I love this
you weren't
game.
Even out of frame, girl. Like, I thought you was gonna have to roll all the way out. Like, out. And then you just like, let me grab this controller for this game I probably actually have not fired. I bet you that shit was so dusty when you just grabbed it.
Oh my god. Is there any dust to it? No, well, is there dust to it? Oh,
you should say there's dust on it, because otherwise that means you play it.
No, yeah, there's a little dust in it. I don't know. No, my Wii is downstairs. My Wii is downstairs. It's the Wii version I have. I fucking love this game. I fucking love this game. I literally, oh man, and rest in peace, Brandon. He is my guy, dude. We would literally have conversations where it'd be like, oh, bro, like I just hit like, you know, expert mode and like blah, blah, blah. I bet you can't do that. And then like 2 weeks from then I'd like train and I'd be like, hey, but I just got expert mode in this. So what you gonna say something, blah, blah, blah. Like, so yeah, I was a nerd. The reason why, so this weekend, Hugger realized that I have a little bit of a metal thing in me, and she was like, oh, "Iron cool points, guys. I'm a little cooler, even though I'm a nerd. Like I'm a cool nerd
because she listens to metal."
I do. I love metal. Like nothing is better than a good double bass drum with. Metal drummers are the best version of drummers, and like hammer-ons, the amount of respect that I have for it's so hard. I'm a musician pure and pure, so like good musicianship will always get me, which is why, no surprise, a lot of people I've dated have been musicians, and it's very embarrassing.
Ain't nothing embarrassing about that. You got a type, baby.
I do have a type, but it's not all my type. It's just a type. Anyway, I knew Killswitch Engage because of, in part, due to Guitar Hero. And I am a nerd. I would. Everybody in like my high school or whatever, when they were like, oh man, I listened to like this metal band or something like that, there would be like some like loose connection to like somehow they found this Guitar Hero and like trace it back to that. But it was so popular. You're right. You're undermining it. Especially Guitar Hero 3 was a movement. I remember vividly. I cried on Christmas because I asked for Guitar Hero 3 and I didn't get it, but I didn't want to be like upset with mom because I know it was expensive. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just go upstairs real quick. It's fine. And so I like cry by my mom. And you know, fine. And then I heard a knock on the door. And I was like, you cry, baby. Yeah, I brought it for you anyway. I was like, ah! And I played that game. There's nothing I've appreciated more than having that game, because that game was huge, dude. Like my curse is crazy. I love fucking see you again. I fucking love it. Howie is also a black man too, which I was blown away by. Like, and he was an opera singer, which is crazy too. The Killers, When You Were Young. I love the Killers. I downloaded the whole
theory about them. All of the members are they Mormon or Christian? There's something. So there's this running theory that the Killers, and if you go listen to Mr. Brightside, is a Christian rock band. And once you hear it and you listen to their songs, you will never be able to unhear it, even though they are not. especially Mr. Brightside. Like, yeah, once you go listen to Mr. Brightside with that perspective that people are saying they're a Christian rock band, you will never be able to unhear it.
Oh, somebody told me, like, it feels very Christian rock.
Yeah, because they're like, all of the members are heavily religious, and they're like, yeah, we don't put religion into our songs. I'm like, have you listened to your songs?
Oh, their old discography too, or they're the Hot Chill. What were they? Like the four something. One of their, I forgot their name of it, but it's like a red, blue, yellow. I can see the cover green situation. It's very like progressive rock, which is what a lot of Christian bands.
Yes. It's wild sometimes the things you see, and it's just like, what timeline did we depart at the station? Because can I go back to the other one?
Oh man.
And speaking of time, Ocarina of Time. Never played it.
Oh, okay. Real quick though, when we're going back, I know we're trying to zoom through, so I apologize. What level? What level did you get to in Guitar Hero, or were you a Guitar Hero fan at all?
Nah.
Ah, really? Interesting.
Yeah,
Somebody who
I was
listens to rock.
That's like a SOCOM person and stuff at that time.
Were you too cool for it? Because everybody had their too cool phase. So
no, I just figured that I don't want to have to buy extra stuff and extra all this. And maybe I was always as Dallas says, a cynical bastard from the beginning, where I'm just like, I don't want to pay for that to listen to some rock music. Because at that time, it was before YouTube. It was we used to listen to music on AOL Music or Yahoo Music.
You actually did Yahoo Music. I did, but you did AOL Music too. Interesting.
Yeah, that was back in the day. There was no YouTube, so I'm like, I would just listen to it here on the computer and hope my neighbor doesn't pick up their phone to make a call.
Oh man, when like your mom would call downstairs, hey, get off the computer, I know you're playing those stupid Flash games, like
But matter.
But this is good because all I need when we meet each other, like in person, I'm gonna take you to an arcade and I'm gonna whoop your ass and it's going.
I'm waiting for an arcade to come back.
Oh, you know, there are so many adult arcades. You ever been to any?
Not around here. There's like maybe one where I live. If that, it's like 2 hours away.
Girl, okay, so I made a commitment I didn't make a commitment. I am gonna come and visit you. I know I am. But if you were ever come down here, I'm gonna take you. And we're gonna go.
You know what we got instead of arcades though? The Rocky Mountains. So
if we can stargaze, I'm a stargazer. I know constellations.
There's dark spaces. Most of the mountain area is dark spaces.
Oh, really? I've always wanted to go into dark. I've always wanted to go into dark space, especially as a date too. And unfortunately,
beautiful.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. I'm scared of stars because they make you feel like so small and they're like this tiny little dot in these things, but it's also really inspiring and very nihilistic in the fact that you're a tiny dot, so you can do whatever the fuck. So yeah.
Existential crisis aside, you can just look at some pretty skies, ma'am.
Yeah.
That was like
I'm sorry. I'm always like I'm always
where'd that come from?
Dude. I'm always deep, dude. Like, I love stars. I do, but it's because it makes you feel so tiny. But, like, it's also inspiration because, like, who the fuck cares? Because you're so tiny, so you can do whatever the fuck you want. I smoke too much weed. Anyway.
You're not wrong, though, because when I was watching, like, trailers and speedruns of Ocarina of Time, when the moon gets closer and closer, biggest fear of mine. Because I'm like, oh, we're dead. We're dead.
Yo, I'm so glad you aren't the only one. I'm so glad.
It's like, I know the science behind this. We are dead.
I'm so glad. Oh my god, there was a book I read back in the day. Oh my god, There was like a whole there was a book where like somehow an asteroid hit and the moon is this much closer and it fucked up everything and caused apocalypse. I wish I remember what
Yep.
the fuck that book is. It was I love dystopian books back in the day. That was my bread and
Yes.
butter, girly. Like
That is 100%. Every time that's why I'm like, maybe I don't, and I don't like being put under time constraints too in video games. So I was like, this is one I will be going through with a full walkthrough. I'm not playing this without knowing what to do because I will get to the final day, lose, and then be like, this game is shit. Why does everybody say this?
And especially too with like Zelda games, like I don't feel like we talk a little about like one thing Oracles of Seasons and Oracles of Ages is coming out now
Yeah.
on free for if you have Game Boy Color on Switch Online. People talk enough about the fact like Breath of the Wild is not as smart, but like it's like very cheeky puzzles in old Zelda games, and we don't fucking talk about it enough. You have to think, and I don't be thinking, bitch, because I'll be drinking these, sometimes.
We don't be thinking at all.
It's
And you know
air
what?
and vibes up here.
Amen. Playing this next game, I didn't think a god dang thing. Because GTA 3, like most great games in series, Fallout, Morrowind, 3 is when they went full 3D digital, where you were the person. And it kind of changed gaming forever because it was Rockstar's first like true hit. And it was amazing.
Absolutely. It was amazing. It was fantastic. It was the what's that meme? The weight that has, the international complaisance that has,
Yes.
the gall that has, everything. We talked a little bit about it. It's not only influential just in the microcosm to where like, in the macrocosm, I would guess, to where like it literally ruffled some feathers in the ESRB and gaming world and sphere in general.
Yep.
But I remember like so I've always been involved in like any type of thing that had something to do with like a gaming situation, camp or whatever, right? So like when I was like in my teens, I would do like a gaming camps or like, build your own game something or whatever, entrepreneur classes. And anytime like a game would be brought up, it'd be like, so what type of game would you like to do? And it'd always be something times GTA because excuse me, the open accessibility, the customization, being on character, doing whatever was always a thing. Up until when I was actually teaching students, it would always be something times GTA because again, going back to the be able to do whatever you want and everything like that. I would watch videos on YouTube where, shout out to Chris Smooth, who's waiting on the news.
Chris
He
Smooth.
would have his you know about Chris Smooth. Please don't tell me
We
you
know about Chris Smooth.
Oh, I'm such a nerd as a caster. Like I'll go ahead and I'll say splash or
And nobody knows what you're saying.
Yo, there'll be like 5 people who know. Like my co-caster wouldn't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. But if you're a 2K OG baby, you would know. But anyway, he would have like clipaways where he do like GTA stuff. So it's such an influential game, and I feel like kicked off the open world genre craze.
100%, because not only kicked off the open world genre for games like Yakuza, I think the first one might have already been out at this time. It helped refine a genre and be like, do you want to be this? Or do you want to be a tight world where everything has its purpose and nothing is like wasted space? So I think it did reshape everything. And I'm fine with it at 26 if GTA 5 is above this. And it better be, because it is one of the most influential games of all time. And you said missed, and it's 25.
Hey, I didn't expect it to be this high. I don't know why. I just didn't. But when it comes to 3D open world puzzlers, I mean, it's definitely up there. We talked about it in the most difficult game. It's hard as fuck, hard as finnuck.
Yep.
It's definitely one of those games where if you're any bit of a dumb bitch, you're not gonna be able to understand it. I'm not good at puzzlers, guys. I'm not. I'm not. I think Hugger Eats is actually the puzzle game bitch of our
I don't
duo.
mind them because I'm also not like some puzzle gamers where I won't like I will readily go ask for a walkthrough. I'm not like, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna try to slug it out myself. No, girl, I got things to do, other games to play. No.
No.
And Duke, they did not say Okami yet, even though I am surprised because this is an like an animation art based list. And
Yeah.
we do remember
Right.
Newgrounds Yobi. We've talked about Newgrounds.
We're awful people.
We are. But you know what's awful? Not Alone in the Dark, because the original was really good, aside from the Alone in the Dark, the remake that came out in the 2000s. That was hot ass.
Yeah. But Alone in the Dark, if you didn't know, like it honestly and it does talk about it, I'm glad that it does. It actually really helped with the tower, a huge inspiration for Resident Evil and also Silent Hill too.
Yep.
Like super big in it really producing those. It is kind of like not a great game mechanically. You talk about Resident Evil tank controls. Oh baby.
Ooh,
Good.
ooh, it's bad.
It's bad. It's really, really bad. It's bad. It's really, really bad. Shadow Strike. But it's I'm a nerd, but it's okay.
I would say it's the
Um,
first adventure horror game because I mean they're giving Splatterhouse, but those are still the side-scrolling beat 'em up
yeah,
type games.
yeah.
I think it's the
No.
first. It
Yeah.
led to some
It,
great games, like you said, Clock Tower, Phasmagoria,
yeah.
which not as violent as we know things to be, but at the time, ooh,
Gosh. Ugh.
ooh,
You-
ooh,
the pearls are clutched, okay? They are clutched.
clutched. Like they make The Hills Have Eyes look like a normal kids show. Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Uh, but
Pop off.
System Shock, I'm not really Fatal Frame, yeah, yeah, no. But yeah, it was definitely big for that genre, the whole genre, horror adventure. GTA
Exactly.
modernized open worlds without it being medieval times. You're right because
Hmm.
medieval times were, Fable, not Fable,
No,
Morrowind.
Fable did it too.
I don't remember what Fable 1 looked like, to be honest, because this was before
Uh,
Fable 2. I don't
yeah,
remember what Fable
because
1 looked
it
like.
was pretty much the same, just a little, well, by our eyes, blurrier. But back then,
Oh,
we were
no.
kids.
I do remember Fable 1, I apologize, but Fable 1 didn't come out before GTA, did it?
I do not know. I think Fable 1 was 2000. Fable 2 was 2004.
Yeah. Fable 1 was 2004. Yeah, so that was 2001. So, what was during that time? I don't know. But yeah.
2001, there was at least a Tomb Raider game. There might have been a Spyro game.
Yeah,
Um,
but
2001 was also heavily influenced by 9/11, so there was a lot of shifts and
Oh,
changes then.
yeah. They took out something because of 9/11 in GTA. I just can't remember what
It
for
was
the
the
life.
plane flying into the building scene.
Oh, there was a whole ah
When you get
ah
to the Los Santos big area with the casinos and stuff, there was a
yeah
mission where you would fly a plane into the side of a building, allegedly.
ah
Yeah.
ah
Yeah.
yikes. Well, no more. We'll never see that.
And you know what just gives me the same reaction that you get? Counter-Strike. I hate the Counter-Strike community. I think they are so toxic.
Oh my god, do you think
And this is somebody
Valorant?
who's a League of Legends player.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you think League is bad, then my god, right? Like,
Like,
this
I
is
think
terrible, dude.
Counter-Strike is like one of the most like toxic, especially let me say CS:GO, because CS:GO is the one I have experience on. That is like a hate pool. Is it a good
Oh,
game? Technically, yes. It is mm, chef's kiss, but like the
yeah.
community, it's like Justin Bieber. The community around that thing ruins it for me.
Man, any boy band, right? Any K-pop, like K-pop, people are crazy about K-pop. Like K-pop people will fucking eat your shit for breakfast if you fuck with them. Like they will
Oh, they
just
will.
go for it. They
Yeah, they're
will if you
wild.
fuck with them. And I love some of times and other times I'm like, you guys are doing too much. Anytime there's like a what's the best music and they always insert themselves in. This is not gangster rap. Namjoon rapping. Hello.
Right?
Anyway. They'll
Oh,
always put
K-pop fans.
they'll always put their shit. But I'll always remember, not always remember, but a way a couple weeks. This is probably a couple months ago. It was when Alex and you were talking about Counter Strike, and it was like, this is some 1950s racism. They go back, right?
Yes.
You like hear slurs that haven't been in the dictionary or encyclopedia in usage since
Yep.
1919. And you'll hear all of that shit in Counter Strike. It's crazy.
I've never met uh a game like it. And thank God it's PC exclusive. So it's only like, I mean, people say PC master race, PC degenerates, whatever you want to call us. Yeah. Sometimes we corrupt games so thoroughly.
Mm-hmm.
Neverwinter Nights, that is, I didn't know that was a 91 game because it is a game by BioWare did it. Neverwinter Nights.
I was gonna say I am unaware of it. So would you like to give me a little?
I don't know about this original one, but I know Neverwinter Nights is BioWare's other MMORPG or MMO, because they do Star Wars The Old Republic, not The Old Republic. They have a Star Wars MMO too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But I think they sold the rights off to somebody else. And I know they're planning on selling the Star Wars rights off. So I don't know. I don't know who owns it now. But it's pretty good. It's an RPG. It's solid. It's Final Fantasy Online. It's standard.
You can't say MMORPG without me. I'm bad. That's my crack, as we've talked about before.
Ultima Online. Never played any of the Ultima games. I have them. They're a little too old, you know?
Yeah. Not really familiar with them, to be honest. But props to them for doing
Dungeons and Dragons hardcore. Mortal Kombat.
See, I'm not a D&D person. Have you played D&D before?
No, I don't have the attention span.
I feel like
you know this.
Yeah, you don't have
attention span. No.
I mean, you fleshed out Morgan, so I feel like maybe if you're given an extra push.
But think about it. You've been around when that happens. How many times how you hear my name being called out that I'm being pulled in 20 different directions? Like, my brain loves that because it's like, ooh, yep, yep.
It's stimulus.
Exactly. Overwatch is a game that you've always wanted to play, Duke, but initially steered clear of it due to the community and the whole. I think you missed out on a good time of Overwatch.
I honestly have never experienced the toxicity when it comes to Overwatch. In my opinion, it's really like, as someone who I honestly, for a lot of games, more than I should, because I know I have friends who actually play them, I just jump on with randos. I don't care. I will just jump on with randos and not give a fuck, even though I know people who actually do play games, except for Valorant. Fuck that game. But that's because I jumped on with randos. And of all the things I've done with League and Apex and Valorant with randos, Overwatch is actually great. You know, I have a great story of Overwatch ranked. How one time I was in a ranked match with this Torbjorn, and this guy, he was so fucking funny because every time, you know, Torbjorn's ultimate, if you guys have played, where he has a lot of magma on the floor or whatever. If you're magma, then you step on it and you die or whatever, you lose HP. And he'll be like, I'm just loading up my cream, and once I get my cream, then everything will be fine, guys. I'll carry you with my cream. And then he'll pop off the ultimate and they'd be like, yes, my cream.
I would have had to leave.
Oh my god, it was so funny. Even you could tell there were like a couple two toxic people on our team, and
Yep.
we ended up losing. But we didn't even fucking care. Eventually, he understood that it was just fucking funny. It was like, oh, guys, are you ready for my cream? And we were
I
like, oh yes, pop off your cream. And it was so
No, I would have
good.
had to leave because I wouldn't be able to see. I'd be like, no.
So fucking funny. This is why we lost. It was so funny, but it didn't matter. It's my best experience in an MMO, especially in a ranked game, like ever in a battle sim, ever.
Oh, the ranked games in Overwatch are so, oh god, they're so bad. But not as bad as Bejeweled that it later led to fucking Candy Crush.
I love Bejeweled. That's another game my mom liked. Shout out to PopCap Games. I think that was a PopCap game.
And shout out to Microsoft for getting the biggest W because everybody was concerned about Call of Duty, but they have King, the mobile game kings that every mom in their 40s plus is going to play Candy Crush. Because their friends on Facebook told them to play it, and they're addicted now.
I'm gonna say Candy Crush is one of the most influential games of all time, especially in the mobile market. If this is not on here, I'm actually gonna fight. I'm gonna fight. We'll see. But Bejeweled is absolutely that girl, that bitch. The Sims, absolutely.
Yep.
Who? Especially, it has the woman community in the chokehold. What girly hasn't lived out a lot of their fantasies, either in whatever way their fantasies are?
Yep.
In The Sims, and just had a great time spending multiple hours where it kind of becomes their life.
Yep.
Yeah, I have
Sims. She popping out.
Oh my gosh, I had a crush in Sims. Anyway, Jesus.
Final Fantasy 1. Of course. I'm surprised it's over 7 though.
I don't believe that it should be. I feel like this is just because it came first. But honestly, Final Fantasy. I don't know about the Japanese market, so let me say that.
Yeah.
But in the North American market,
7.
It wasn't that bitch until 7.
Well,
it wasn't that.
It didn't come over till North America until 3, I think. But even then.
Yeah, that's true.
Like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, it had time to build up. I don't know. I think the way we reference 7, because if you say Final Fantasy to most people, it's either going to be 15 or 7.
Yeah.
It's like the first one that pops in their head.
Or for the girlies, it might be X10. Because I feel like for the girlies, they really like X. They really do.
They really do like X.
Okay, that's weird as fuck. What did I do? What did I do? Did I say something that was weird, Huggies?
I don't know. We're weird.
We are weird. You were about to say you're weird. You're weird too, but it's okay. That's what you said.
Girl, I'm weird. I don't give a shit. Pong 16.
I love
okay,
your
pop
weird.
off.
I love
pop
your
off.
weird. Yeah.
Doom 15.
Again, shareware. The most successful shareware of all time. I honestly think it should be top 10, if we were being honest. I feel like this and Minecraft are like, how many things is it on?
Bitch.
You know?
Minecraft to be number 70.
Oh, it's fucking. I can't wait till we get to the IGN list because we're gonna see it in its rightful top 10 place. Because even though there's a whole Adventure Time episode of Minecraft, why?
Exactly. Minecraft has been in everything.
Yes.
And so has World of Warcraft.
Oh yeah,
but like,
the
see, for me, I have the same thought with like StarCraft is, don't get me wrong, influential, but also, is it fair to count a game that is only in one market, or does that make it even more powerful because it's in one market and nobody has been able to top it? It's like it shouldn't be included, but if it is included, that makes it even more successful because it's one market instead of 3. I don't know.
I think your second one is right because like it had so many different spin-offs. RuneScape, which I love. The only reason I played RuneScape was because my computer could not run a WoW, and so it was like, and also I was like a
Yep.
kid comparatively, so it was like babies WoW. But there's other things. There's other MMOs that try to be exactly like not RuneScape, like WoW. Um, what would the MMO genre be without WoW? It
Damn.
inspired whole episodes of South Park, right? In the
Yep.
the meme of the computer guys, everything like that. And then also one of our greatest. I mean, I want this to be in my wedding. I'm not a wedding girly, honestly. I don't even know if I want to get married or a wedding, or it depends. If I find the right person, who knows, right? Depends.
Fair enough.
Um, but I do know that at the ceremony, I would like a good Leroy Jenkins. I would not. I'm just fucking with you. But
I was about to say, somebody would actually do that and you would be pissed.
I'm actually really fucking upset. Why the fuck is this here? Hello?
You would be, it's like, not the time. This is not the funny moment. So scratch whatever she just said.
I
She
don't
would
know.
not like that.
I don't know. I'm a really funny bitch, so it depends. It depends if my partner is good too. I need to have a goofy partner because sometimes I've been with like
I
too
feel like
serious.
that day you would be so stressed that you could have the goofiest partner. If somebody did that, you would be like, I just don't. Let's get through this and get to the drinks. I want to get
Please.
out of here.
Oh no, I would want to get to the drinks part.
I'm hungry. I'm
ASAP.
tired. I want to drink. Leave me
It's
alone.
usually hot, like, you
Yes.
know.
For no
Oh my
reason.
god,
Just hot.
for no reason. Because the only time you can do a wedding properly is during the thing. I don't even know if I'm a wedding girly. Because anyway, as I said, ugh, marriage is interesting. I want a nice long-term partnership, but marriage is anyway.
Pokemon
We're
Red.
yes. Pokemon. Yeah. Okay.
13.
Pokemon Red and Blue. But yeah, Leroy Jenkins, it's a great, and so that having its own separate. WoW is a move. It's a culture. It's a statement.
Wow, it's
Boom.
culture.
Wow. I'm so glad this was up here. I feel like JRPGs would not be as successful as it was in North America if it was not for Pokemon.
Oh,
Period.
100%.
We didn't like the genre. Like, no one really fucked with Chrono Trigger or Earthbound or Final Fantasy VI or any of these other ones. Was it Phantasy Star? Any of those. Even though they're all great games. But then Pokemon came around. And I think what helped Pokemon too was because you would know when you were counter enemies too. It wasn't like you just get random enemies just walking around the world. You would have it only in dungeons, only in grasslands. And so that really helped. But then also too, the dual promotion. And this is also when the dual promotion strategy started popping up, which is brilliant. Having the cartoon show, it became a movement. I will forever remember going to see the Pokemon movie, and was it 99 or 2000, whatever, and getting the gold Pokemon token, the gold Pokemon like fucking Togepis and like Pikachus and everything like that, and then also too getting like the Mewtwo cards. Like, it became a movement. Everybody wanted to be Pokemon. If you say that to anybody who's a millennial, they'll, my heart's so true, character true. Like, it became a movement, and it was not only influential to the games industry, especially in America for JRPGs, but also to the culture as well.
That is 100% true. Pokemon was that bridge between, honestly, I think the first true bridge for our generation of Japan and North America. Because at that time, 96, I was 3 years old. It's like, I don't know what other countries exist. I'm a being a toddler here, and to have that bridge and it be on our TV, it's like anime. Cartoons that aren't Woody Woodpecker, Bugs Bunny, and the gang, and Mickey Mouse. Like, oh, this is cool. Oh, you had a video game with it? Okay. And yeah, they really did it right. They put their Natusi in it.
I forget about the Natusi. We need to...
You can't forget about it.
You live by the Natusi. You die by the Natusi. You get that Natusi wet. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
But Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know about this high because I think the later Dragon Quest games were more influential than this one.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, not 12. Nah.
I,
Nice.
again, and it depends on what market, and this is also an artist list too, so I guess it depends. JRPGs, I'm sure was great for it, especially in the Japanese market, but North America, like we weren't fucking with that, unfortunately.
Yeah, because we didn't
Yeah.
care. But we did care about Miss Pac-Man.
Oh, Miss Pac-Man. Depending on who you talk to, Miss Pac-Man absolutely blew Pac-Man out the water. Depending on who you talk to.
Oh yeah, best-selling arcade game. The original Pac-Man was the best-selling arcade game of all time, with over $3.5 billion, which is almost $8 billion today, or with 2012 inflation. Oh my God, what would that be today? That'd be enough to go to the Titanic. You know what, Miss Pac-Man? Thank you for your beautifulness, 11. I think you fully deserve your thing. You deserve it, girl.
So much. I hate you so much. I love you. I love you so much.
It was Wii Fit.
I can't
Wii
stand
Sports.
you.
I know you can't. Wii Sports.
I love you.
It's an amazing game. I think it should be in the top 10 because everybody's played it.
Okay, it was an impactful game.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an influential game? That is my question. You know, because
it helped move Wii's, yeah.
It helped move Wii's. It was the number one reason for moving Wii's. But is that influence? Is moving a product an influence, or is affecting other people? Well, I guess it.
But it is an influence because it's influencing them to buy it, but also it's now getting the older generations that maybe can't use controllers to be into the Nintendo ecosystem that may even still be playing the Switch today. And it got younger generations that their parents are like, video games are nothing but sitting on your ass all day, so I want you to be moving to buy this system to get them into the Nintendo ecosphere that has now led them into. So influential in that way, influential in Nintendo saying, once again, we are Nintendo, we will do what we want, because that was not the move.
Dick on the table.
It really was, because it wasn't the move to be, hey, we are going to put motion controls in our games. That wasn't the move. That wasn't what Xbox and PlayStation were doing at the time. So
and you know what? It scared them into doing it. And it wasn't the move, but it ended up inspiring the move. And yeah. So, you know what? I guess it was influential in turning. Motion controls were seen as a gimmick, but now it's become so standard that it's even still in PlayStation games, right? With the, PlayStation controller.
Until Dawn.
Yeah. Yeah, right? Exactly. So, you know what? Okay. All right. I'll give it to it. I guess I didn't realize its influence. I know it's impact, but now it's influence. You know what I mean? But yeah,
exactly. Sure. I mean, it's still the reason why our phones are so advanced as they are now, because the gyroscopic stabilizers and stuff that they had in that controller. That's why our phones have gyro now, and they were like really struggling before. Nintendo did it.
Okay, but I do want to say, if we're talking about gyroscopic technology and how important an influential thing is, we have to throw a bone to what was it called? WarioWare Twisted. WarioWare Twisted. Yep. I'm so upset because I lost that shit in a bus fire. I'm so upset. Oh my god. Ever tell you the story? It's too long. Well, I know we're trying to leave.
Yeah, that's what she said. It's too long. This is no such thing as too long, just not enough love.
I cannot stand you. I just want you to.
You can stand me because we're in the top 10. We're not going to do the IGN list tonight because we are at 3.5 hours.
we said we would not
keep it under 3
hours. And it's been so long.
Because I know I gotta eat. I know this one has to eat. So we're gonna get these last 10.
People are beckoning themselves. I'm not gonna say the bus fire story. It's too long, but I
That's what
lost
she said.
my. I cannot stand you. I just
Yet you're
want
still
you.
here all the time.
Because you forced me to. You literally like, okay, so Bordy's gonna do this, and I was like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this,
And you still
huh?
show up and answer my call. So what of it? You know what? Our next topic is going to be part 2 of this, where we get into the IGN list, because I know these next 10. Me and you are going to either fight about them, or we're going to agree so heavy on them that we're like, what is this list?
Yeah, honestly, because we were about to fight for a lot of these, especially some of the bigger, lower ones. We're like, what the fuck? And you know what? It shouldn't be 3.5 hours long, even though we promised that we wouldn't.
You know, we will keep ourselves to a strict timeline, and when the timer goes off next week, that's when the show's over, no matter what we're doing.
Oh, are we the type of people that follow rules? Because honestly, we're not.
If the rules we set, because you never know what our other selves might be beckoned to, you know?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
And Donkey Kong number 9, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Arcade. Pokemon. What the fuck? Donkey Kong. I'm sorry. I've been drinking a lot of dumb issues. It's Kong. There's an ong in it.
Yeah, exactly. There's some type of letters that are the same.
There are some words that might be ong.
Yeah. I would honestly, if we're going on historical, this should be in the top 5, but
yeah. Purely on historics, it established Mario. It established Donkey Kong. It wouldn't be his titular enemy, but it ended up being one of his, up there, and two of the most iconic people in the Nintendo world. At 3, was it Daisy who was in this, or was it
Peach?
Peach. It was Peach.
Yeah.
So 3 of the most iconic Nintendo people that we've seen. But then also too, if you guys haven't seen it, the King of Kong, one of the greatest like gaming beefs slash documentaries. It's an interesting story to the fact. What was his name? Billy something. He's a cheater.
Billy Mitchell. He's Billy actually Mitchell, going through his court case right now, and he majorly messed up on something.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I don't.
He said he would never play on unoriginal equipment because he's too good for that. And there's a picture of him, and he said, yes, I played on that machine, and they showed him the color of the joystick, and it was not original. So everything he said just went out the window. It's like, okay.
Yeah, because like one of the things is that you literally can't get past. There's like a glitch screen where you can't get past the level, and somehow you went past that level or something like that, or something.
Scores higher than the game could possibly put out at that time, even by the people that programmed it. Yeah.
No. Especially too, because I'm sorry, I know we're trying to move out, but I'm a nerd, so I have to explain like how long decimals worked. So there's a certain type of like you can do float numbers, or you can do like long decimal numbers, or you can do like integers, right? When you're programming, right? And so basically, there's 3 different types of ways you can read numbers for a program. And so there is something called an overflow, which means that it's like a catch-all to make sure that if there's a number that's too big for it, that it can still contain that number without the program glitching out. And so I believe that Donkey Kong does integers. And so integers, there's only so many numbers you can do before it can't be stored into memory, versus if you make it a long integer, which means you can fit more numbers into it. And so if you're past that overflow, it fucks up the whole counting system. So there's no way programmatically is not a word, but programmatically we're going to make it a word. Period. There's no way. I love you. There's no way programmatically that you can make that happen. But apparently Billy Mitchell has the answers. So I don't he's lying. I know he's lying. Stop lying.
Honestly, after this, go watch the Carl Jobst channel. He's a speedrunner, talks about speedrunning things, and he's been covering the Billy Mitchell case and like everything to do with Billy Mitchell and Todd Rogers. And it's like you watch over the years, it's like the more like you come to hate this man, because it's like, bruh, nobody cares, yet you are hanging on to this thing, and he's just like
he's so arrogant too. Like it's like little penis syndrome. It's just like, dude, like calm down, dude. You don't have to be as dogmatic as you are. You can be second best, and people will be like, "Oh man, that's still great, right?" Like Justin Wong is still loved, even though he's on the opposite end of Daigo. Like, you know, you're still infamous. I mean, you're still famous, but you want to be infamous, and you don't need to
for no reason, for no goddamn reason. No. And just like Unreal Tournament, I don't know if it should be here. I know it inspired like a shit ton of games, but
okay. Assuming that we're also higher on the list too, how would you feel about Quake being here and Unreal being like probably 10 or 20 spots
now? I think Quake would be okay being higher than Unreal, because Quake kind of took a lot from Unreal and then refined it to what now Unreal uses, which is funny.
Yeah.
So Quake for me is more influential in not as influential as like Doom and Wolfenstein, but it's just as influential in the 3D space movement market than those guys are.
Yeah, and the whole team FPS comm situation, right?
Yep.
Because I don't even, we're not going to see SOCOM at this point. But like when it comes to like talking shit over line and like,
I love SOCOM.
I bet you were one of those toxic people. I know.
No, I was chill.
Oh yeah.
I was just like, I was young. I was like, well, I'm just playing.
Oh yeah, I'm just having a good time.
Now I'm toxic.
Yeah. Were you a toxic Mercy main? I just want to know. Because it's hard to be toxic in Mercy.
It depends. It depends who my partner would be, because I'd always partner up with somebody to be my mobility. So it depends. If they were good, I was fine. If they were just like fucking around and staying away from the team where I couldn't help, I'd turn toxic. Like I would be my heroes never die, and I'm about to unload my blicky on you. Yeah.
I'd love to see. First of all, what's up with lesbians and being healers? Because I also
because we can't trust anybody else,
and we have so much love to give.
Exactly. The power of God in our hands. So why would I? That is the ultimate power. Why would I trust you to have that power over me?
And then when we entrust them, we're gonna hold it tight, close. Because I was a Baptiste main, and now I'm Moira. So anyway.
Oh, Moira, she's good.
I love Moira.
Good. Fame is a Moira main, or was.
I'm gonna get you. One day I'm gonna get you out of. You're retired, right? I know you're retired.
Yeah, I'm very much retired.
You're very much retired. One day I'm gonna like convince you. I'm a smooth talkie. I'm gonna use that 100% perception tech, and I'm gonna be like, yo, like let's Overwatch together.
I got Tarantina the other night and played Val with Amethyst and so
I already told you. I already locked you in a we're gonna play Valorant together. I know we are, because I played with her the other night as well. Not Tarantina, but we need
that's the only way I can play those games, because that's when I won't take it serious.
How Tarantina are you now too? Because at this point the city's probably gonna be dead, so maybe you can play some Val.
We'll see after this, because I still gotta eat, bitch.
Yeah, I'm not gonna commit because I know you have shit to do. I'm not gonna force you to do anything.
Because you know why? Because even if we play Val, we will dip out after a few episodes, and we'll be like, I gotta fly in early tomorrow. I gotta figure out what's gonna happen with the situation.
No, I do have to figure out what's happening. I'm gonna talk to you afterwards.
You need to be
okay.
on duty with us so we can see you and get you from a cadet, so you can get your own ambulance.
And don't take what I said earlier on as personal. I love you. It's okay. I love you. It's fine. It's okay. Who the fuck are you? Who is this? Who are you? I don't know you people. When did this happen? Who are you? When did we talk about this? Hello?
Oh, this came out before Wolfenstein. But it wasn't super popular.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. If something inspired something that was popular, we have to give props to it for existing. However, the thing that actually made the shit the bad bitch should get all the fuck.
We have yet to see. Exactly.
Like,
this
what?
should be Wolfenstein. I don't care if it inspired it.
Doom was lower. How?
Doom was way lower. Unreal was lower.
How?
There's no Hexen on this list.
How?
Yeah. I'm fighting this list. Okay, let's. Okay, Zelda. Yeah, this is the second Zelda. What was the first one? Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time. And to be fair, this one is more influential because we haven't had a game like that. The way that it moved and the way that it kept memory and
exactly.
This is honestly one of the first couple games to actually use like a legitimate save feature instead of like passwords and everything too. So like it was super revolutionary in that regard.
Okay, Queen. Okay.
Yeah. It is that bitch, and the puzzles and the whole genre, the isometric. Well, the isometric perspective isn't too revolutionary, but
the way they
the
used
puzzle,
it, though.
the way that they used it, keeping those items and keeping what you had, and the way in which you kept it too, it's there. It's there. It's there.
Okay, you're in your spot. All right, top 5 now. Maze War. What the?
Who the fuck are you? Like, I'm about to.
The first FPS ever was online.
Hugger.
Maze War. Don't hugger me because I wanna board you right now. What the hell is this?
I'm saying hugger because I'm a nice person. I don't. I'm not for the violence. I'm not for the.
You want to do violence right now, don't you?
I want to do fucking violence. Like with my Guitar Hero, I will fucking smash.
What is
guitar? This? Who are you? Who are you people?
So you beat out Minecraft? You beat out Mortal Kombat?
Okay. Girl, like I understand we're artists and we want to respect the people who originated the craft, but we gotta Key and Peele, right? The High on Pod News sketch where it's like that person who says your joke way louder, but it gets more praise.
Yep.
This is how we should treat this list because
I know the next 4 games. The next 4 games are not going to be the games we think it is.
They're not going to be. Where's Halo? Where's Halo Combat Evolved?
Halo 2 was way down. So
yes.
This list, we're not even including Combat Evolved. There's no GTA 5 so far. So I'm hoping it's either like 1 or 2 because that is
Tetris, Resident Evil 4. Like some of these better be on here. I swear to God, if one of them is on there,
I'm gonna stretch it out because I'm getting tense. Okay, number 4 is.
Who the fuck are you people? Who are you? Who are you?
Okay, look, I love classic computer stuff. I don't know what the Play-Doh software stuff is. This is 1975.
Play-Doh the dough?
like Plato the astrologer, I think.
But you
I
think
don't,
I know about stars? I know about constellation. You think I know about star? No, I'm just kidding. I know what Plato is. What the
girl, you
fuck?
know who Plato is. I know you do Plato.
I
I
know.
don't know what this is.
No, I'm not that dumb. But
75.
I, educational purposes. Why is the educational game on here? It's a dungeon crawler, cool. Why is the educational game on here? The most educational, the best, the most influential educational game of all time is Oregon Trail, point blank, period. And that was in the 80s or the 90s. Yeah. So what the fuck, man? Girl.
This looks like a indie game take on. Oh wait. There's a game called Overworld Organ Simulator or like something. It's on Game Pass, where you play as like an alien organ seller and you can sell to clients and stuff. Is it organ trick? It's something, but it kind of looks like this. That's what this reminds me of. A 2020-22 game, not a 1975 game. That is number 4. Organ Trader something. Overlord. It's on Game Pass, but there's Trader Simulator something in there. I will find the name later. I cannot remember it. I don't know what this game is. Pedit 5. Whatever. We're moving on. Don't know her number 3. Please do not.
I'm sorry. We're in the final stretch. Do you mind if I pee right now?
Go pee. Go pee.
I'm sorry.
Go pee, queen. Go piss, queen.
All right. Promote.
All right, y'all. Well, she's peeing. I'm just gonna say I'm the floor hugger. Thank you for rocking out with us for 3.5 hours. Oh, almost 4 hours. We are going to hop on out of here after this. We will do part 2 of this, not next week, but the week after that, because this is bi-weekly. You guys can find me everywhere all the things are available, say floor hugger, all that, and you guys will see me tomorrow on 2XP. I wasn't feeling super good last week. I was just feeling ass, honestly. But you'll see me tomorrow on 2XP, and then you'll see next week you'll see Fame on this time, because Fame has now moved 15 minutes of Fame to this section so he can be he can be, oh my Jesus, Tuesdays can be filled while Cogs is not on. And then we got our various shows throughout the week. Baron is streaming Baldur's Gate 3. Baron is just killing it. He made me interested in Baldur's Gate 3 because I wasn't super like looking forward to it. And I honestly, I'll wait for a sale because I know not Star Citizen, oh my god. Starfield is coming out, and that will be my game that's gonna suck all my attention, and I don't want to start another massive game while I'm trying to finish that. So yeah, Baron's out here streaming. Baron is out here, I don't know if he's streaming every day, but Baron's out here playing some Baldur's Gate, so go watch Baron stream a little bit. I know Dez has been streaming. She's gotten into streaming.
Oh yeah, I need to figure out where her thing is. I'm gonna be in a.
I might have it.
Please, I'm gonna be in a meeting with her later in the week, but I need to know it now so I can look at the VOD because I like looking at VODs.
Bet. Yobi Ham Solo will hit you up for an interview on his show. He's a lot of people lined up. Aw, Yobi, I don't know how you have time for everybody. Like you and everybody in their mama's podcast. I don't know how you be out here, how you be doing this. I don't know if you're secretly Shogun, or what was the name of the System Shock 2 robot? I don't know if you're GLaDOS, but
nerd.
You're wilding out. You're wilding out, Yobi, and you are truly a sweetheart and a gentle person.
You are like, if there's anybody, the inspiration of that. I've had like times there was no context with it too, where I've just been like, for me, I'm like really chill and cool, but if things aren't going like right, I have like moment.
I feel that. Yep.
Really manic and really like and like Yobi's like the first person. Hey, calm down, queen. You got it. You're good.
Really,
I believe
truly.
in you." And it's just the love and support that you show for people is so appreciated in life, Yobi, and I just want you to know that, like, you're that person, and, I cannot be grateful enough to have met you also too. I know you said, like, years ago, months ago, "Oh, man, you're cool person." I'm so glad to have met you, Yobi, and the support and the care that you show towards people cannot be understated enough. Thank you so much. You need to be crying, 'cause you deserve your flowers,
You
Yobi. You be
do.
giving everybody else your flowers. You need to know how much of a good person you are and how much the impact, you can say, like, I'm sure level 1 can say this, or Baron can say, or like, or Fame can say, or Des, or whoever, right? But, like, I know me and Hugger, I know me, like, I can talk about how much of an impact you mean and how much it means for you to be as supportive as you are.
Yep.
And I really appreciate that, 'cause it takes it doesn't take anything to be kind, but some people still don't show that. But you always do, and that means everything. I just want you to know. It means everything.
She honestly said it the best, Yobi. You've since day one have been here and been a supporter, and you don't meet many truly honest people like that sometimes in what we do, but you are just like genuinely a good person and genuinely a supporter, and it's like it's kind of mind-blowing. But you know what's not going to be mind-blowing? These next 3 selections, because we're in the top 3 and I'm kind of already pissed off.
Oh, and thank you for waiting on me too and not going
I
to
was
the
not
next
going to do the
one.
top 3 without you because we both need to be angry about this together.
Now we need to be angry. This is a bonding experience, our anger. I wanna see level 1 again. Me too, man. Me too. I really appreciate, and I don't wanna divert this to this person's direction right here,
Oh,
the person
no,
behind the
no.
shades. Uh, and also the Fame, and Baron, and Des, and Dallas, and Snips, and whoever else has been or touched, Daryl, whoever else has touched, or Bloody, whoever else has touched, the level 1 game, uh, network. I can't imagine, what was it? 8 months ago when I was invited to be on this thing. And one thing too, I said I was invited to be, I thought I was being interviewed one-on-one. I was surprised as fuck that there were all these people, and I was like, "What the hell is going on?" I was like, "Who the fuck are you people? Oh, okay, I guess this is what we're doing. Okay, sure, fine." Again, I usually do more research when I'm told to, like, do things, but I was sick right before, so, uh I cannot imagine that when I was asked to do this even earlier, 2 months before that, last year, that I would happen upon, like, an amazing group of people with amazing support from people like Yobi, from people like Rain, from people like This Pain, from people
Mm.
like Arcade, Nate, Lady Foxfire, so many other people, Hustle, who have been here, but then, like, to also have, like, support and love from, I'm honored that, like Fame wanted to hang out with me. It didn't end up happening, but, like, he wanted to hang out with me, like, a couple months ago, and we are gonna hang out. I am gonna go to DreamCon next year, hopefully it works out. And that
Yeah.
me and Baron are gonna hang out during TwitchCon, right? Dez wanted me to help out with, like, stuff for Dames Games. An honor to meet you, and that, like, you not only want me to do this, but then you allow me to, like, you wanna know me enough to, like, hang out with your friends, and, the support and love that I feel from the level 1 actual family, and from you too, you little sap, like, I'm honored to have met and to know you. I didn't think that I would end up knowing people that I genuinely care for and want the best for. Um I'm always rooting for people, especially Black people in space, because it's a very small community and stuff like that. But, like, it's not only just like, "Hey, you Black, I'm supporting you," right? 'Cause we always do that, but,
Exactly.
like, I want the best for you. for fame, I want the best for Dez. In game for games, I want the best for Baron and his whatever. Go ahead, and by the way, if you remember, go ahead and sign up for membership, because Baron was talking about the fact that he eats raccoon head in one of the there's a double XP extra section. So go ahead. I wanted to promote that. I forgot the fact. Go ahead and subscribe to that, because there's a lot of shit. Baron is country as fuck, bro. Like, Baron is country shit. Like, he's over here eating like squirrel butt and all that. He's not eating squirrel butt, but squirrel butt, and like, he's crazy. But then, like, you, Hugger, like, I'm so glad to have met you. I really am. And like, the fact that we, like, I genuinely mean, I'm not just saying this, like, I genuinely mean, I'm so happy that twice a month we can just spend time alone talking about games and be weird together and awesome together. I can learn more about you, and you can learn more about the fact that I'm a nerd. I really appreciate it, and I want the best for you as a person. I want the best for Lv1, but as you as a person, I love the fact that even like you got to be in like the Dames for Games show, but you were on IGM. They love your they loved your mommy voice. I'm so excited for that, you as a person, and I want the best for you as an individual. I couldn't imagine 8 months ago when, or not even 10 months ago when Baron asked me to do this, that I'd end up like knowing people that I genuinely care for in the industry and want the best, but not even in the industry, as like friends. And I'm so glad that I can know you as a friend and like more. Like, thank you. Yeah.
Girl, I don't even know what to say to that. That is literally too sweet. Sorry. That was too sweet. You gave me diabetes on that. I'm not gonna lie.
Diabetes.
You are a sweetheart. And knowing you and you being in my life has made things much more fun, energetic, and I found a love for doing this. Just this again, because, you know, Wednesdays, sometimes I can just be like, give small opinions, because sometimes I don't know about this stuff, but to find a love for this again, just to like sit for 4 hours and talk, it's exciting.
Yeah,
about
4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours when we said we're gonna be less than 3. I just
next week we got to, because
yeah, we're gonna have people on our heads that are just like, I thought you said, but I'm a sentimental bitch, and I have been having too many of, shout out to White Claws, I've been having way too many of these, and I'm a very sentimental bitch. So like, when I really appreciate someone, I need to tell them how I feel. And
you're so sweet. But don't blame White Claw. That's you. You're 5-drink Amy right now.
Huh? I'm 5-drink you?
Have you ever watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
Oh man, no, I need to. I know I need to.
So Amy Santiago, she has levels of drunk, and one is deaf, 2 is whatever, 3 is like a little too flirty, 4 is like, ooh, I'm gonna dance pants, and 5 is just like, whatever. You're my best friend. Yeah, I love you so much. Is white girl wasted.
3 and above are me all the day. Like, I will be very flirty. I will be very flirty. I will be very dancey. You need to see me on the dance. Like, I'll be dancing.
Evacuate the dance floor. Like Cascada said.
I'm acting by the sun. All of it. And then also 5, I'm a sentimental bitch, so I will definitely be like I appreciate you. I appreciate Yobi. I appreciate everyone. But thank you for letting me to your life, because I appreciate you so much in ways you don't know.
You, nerd. I don't appreciate what I know is gonna be the absolute monstrosity that is next.
God, yes. This is not a good list. This is not a good list. I was gonna say it's not a good list. It's not a good list. It's not a good list.
I understand.
It's not a good list.
This, because this was like the plastic sheets you could put on the TV, but we're gonna move right past that.
Don't excuse this bullshit. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm fine. I'm fine. After the bullshit they just did, I'm fine.
Yeah, exactly. Space Invaders.
It's like,
yes.
yeah, like, I mean, everybody has played it. I'm sure it's been on people's phones, and you know, I yo, this must have been like the late 2000s. I had like an aunt's friend who had like an old school computer, and it still had
Oh,
Space
Jesus.
Invaders, and it was, why the fuck do you still have this? It reminds me of like when my uncle asked me to print his resume, and that shit was still on a floppy disk in 2015. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Not the floppy disk. For those that don't know what a floppy disk is, the save icon when you go to save things.
That is
Yeah.
wild that you need to explain what a floppy disk is, because we still got those in school. I went to like a technology school. I would show you. You want to do a show and tell? I'm so sorry. I know we're trying to leave. I'm so sorry.
We gotta leave, girl. What's up, Spillage? What's up?
I'm in the hey with Spillage. Hey Spill, that's my guy. We do stuff, and I'm so sorry. I'm a talker. It's terrible. I'm in a
No.
magnet and technology. Where can you see me? I'm gonna have to turn off my background.
Yo.
Hopefully y'all don't see the fact that my
I want to
life
see
is
the
a
mess.
fucking
I want to
mess.
see
No,
the
you
mess.
don't want to see it.
I want to see it.
You don't want to see it. No, you don't. You don't want to see it. It's just there is a picture of me. That's the back of my head. It looks ridiculous, and this is a magnet school. I only kept this because of the fact that I was in it. I was like, I'm famous. I'm in something. If you guys want to see up there, there's some of my pictures. I used to have a dinosaur. There's another dinosaur there. There's like Jimi Hendrix and like Red Dead Redemption 2, which I got before I even played it, but it's one of my favorite games of all time. A butterfly for my ex. It's still cute because the butterfly is one of my things. Angela Davis. Anyway, I'm so sorry.
No, you're not.
I'm really not. I'm really not. What? Why did I make that tangent? I went to a technology school. There was a reason we said something about technology. Why did I make that tangent? Hello?
Girl, I don't even remember.
Oh
Somebody's gonna have to tell us. You know what's funny, Spill? There's been Miss Pac-Man. There was Tetris, and I think was there Mario? No, there was no Mario 64. But this is also
no, there was
from
Mario
an art
64.
school.
Mario 64 was like in the 30s or something like that.
Was it? Damn.
Yeah, it was.
I don't remember that.
All the way up. It was all the way up, so it was not good.
Number one.
Good energy attracts good energy. Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Oh wait, I can't hear you.
Oh no! What did she do? Oh no!
Speak words, please.
What's words? I don't know words. Oh no! She can't
Beautiful.
hear it.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
You got it. You got it.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say something sappy. I'm not going to.
Super Mario Bros. Number one of all the
You know
games.
what? I am considering the rest of the list. I'm pleasantly surprised, but I didn't expect this here. I still think maybe Tetris or Pong is probably higher.
Is Pong even on here? Like official Pong?
Not official Pong. The Tennis for Two and the Odyssey, which is the fuck tennis, fuck. Yeah. But this honestly saved the whole gaming industry by itself.
It did.
So, and honestly, Mario's the most iconic video game character of all time. It literally made Nintendo. I think Fame explained this too. Like he said that people call it a PlayStation. I still don't feel that. I feel like older people still call it Nintendo, and it's because of Mario. Yeah, I thought it would be Tetris too, but I think the IGM, which is IGM, probably will have Tetris on there. And I can explain about the nerdy history of Tetris too, but I didn't want to be a nerd today. I just want.
You didn't want to be. You already too late for that.
I can't
You know,
stand you.
I think this is a good list from a unique perspective because GTA
True.
5 was not on here, Mega
Yeah.
Man wasn't on here. Like some
Oh,
big
I'm surprised about
influential
that.
games, Wing Commander, which most people would credit Flight Simulator. Flight Simulator wasn't even on here.
Oh
Um,
no.
Age of Empires, like some of the really King's Quest, which was the first game
Mhm.
designed by a woman. So like it's missing some, but it's also a
Uh,
unique perspective.
Dragon Quest 2, you know, the QTEs and how much influence that. No Resident Evil
Mhm.
4, which is kind of crazy. You just had Resident Evil, which
Yep,
is a little bit no Halo. It had Halo 2, but I feel like 1 and 3
are
are
better.
naturally not only better but more influential.
Yes. No Mass Effect.
No Mass Effect, which I know that, you know, that's your baby.
Mass Effect 2. No, there was no Red Dead. No 1 or 2 Red Dead.
No Red Dead, which is insane to me. But then you have like things like whatever the fuck the Play-Doh situation, right?
Oh
Whatever the
yeah, I
fuck
don't know
that
what that
is.
was.
I have no idea. There are a couple things I didn't know, or to have Dragon Quest so high like assuming this is like a North American list is pretty wild because I know the Japanese market is totally different than what it is in America. But as you said, there are things or deeper cuts that we didn't expect, and I think it is refreshing for people to have different ideas. It reminds me of like a not in the same vein because it's not like this is a whole bunch of modern things like the GQ top 100 list, right?
Yeah.
But Tyler Creator was talking about like old school rappers and like how people when they're making like their top rappers of all time, they always throw in like the mega classics like fucking Curtis Blow and everything like that. Knowing damn well that they ain't listen to Curtis Blow. And it's like, why don't you put in people that you actually listen to because it's your top 10 list, right? It's things that
Exactly.
matter to you.
Yeah.
So these are things that mattered to them.
Yeah.
And I disagree, but I think it's refreshing to not see the same 5 things on it, you
That
know?
that is true. That's why like I don't agree with this list, but I do like it because yeah, my top 10 list would have been nowhere close to the top 10s they picked. But for this
No.
person, and it also makes me wonder not only how old is this person because they seem to be on the
Mhm.
older side,
Yeah,
and
absolutely they do.
how like recent their gaming history is. Because Last of Us, again, not
Yeah,
on
I
there,
was gonna
which
say, yeah. It's kinda crazy.
but Uncharted was,
Yeah, uh,
which
there was a Star Wars game, right? Was there a Star Wars game? There was a Star Wars game?
it was the Lego Star Wars game.
A Lego Star Wars game, which is crazy, right?
It's
So I'm assuming they
crazy.
had kids.
Yeah,
But, like, I feel like Coder or, like, Revenge of the Sith or something like that's, like, a highly influential game.
yeah,
Um, you know, I'll appreciate it for having
you're right. KOTOR wasn't even on there,
No, yeah,
or
that's
Force
crazy.
Unleashed.
Oh, that's crazy to me. I feel like at least one of the Star Wars games that's not Lego Star Wars, it's pretty influential, right?
Yeah,
Uh You have the original Prince of Persia, not even like the Xbox version,
yeah, not the
right?
Sands of Time one either. That was good.
Hmm,
That was better than the
yeah,
original. But
I
also, I'm
think
like,
that was
how old is this person?
they must be older. They must be.
Because they also
They have
picked
to be.
original Gran Turismo over Gran Turismo 4 to 5,
4 or
which most people
5.
would
Yeah.
consider the best one.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and they have like they have 2 racing games on there too. Usually you'll see 2 racing games on here, the Midnight Club, all right?
Exactly.
Madden 5 is pretty interesting as like the second sports game, right? Tecmo Bowl would make sense.
Right?
But so it's probably like a older 40-ish, 45-ish type of person, I'm imagining. No NBA Jam, right? Something like that. I would feel like probably would be there over Madden. Um,
Mhm.
But again, oh, or even having alien hominid, that's my pleasantly surprised one. That's
it's
my
not a game that
pleasantly
comes up
surprised.
very much.
But honestly, I was thinking about games, and that should have been on there. That really should have, from the Flash to the Thing's perspective. I guess I can talk about my should have been on here. We're already a little long, so that's what she said.
That's what she said.
Because I saw you laughing. Uh, I know you,
I
you 12-year-old. I know you're
did.
12-year-old. Yeah, you did. Yeah, no, I saw you. Um, I have a couple that we didn't talk about, but we can probably talk about on tomorrow, on the next time. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised to see Alien Hominid. Was there something you were pleasantly surprised to see?
Yes, because unless it's like somebody our age, nobody remembers that game.
Yeah.
Nobody. It's like a
No.
weird one. And you're right, Nate. They probably did rank and battle between the most popular and all that. And the key is most influential. And GTA 5 should have still been higher on the list, or even on the list, if they were doing most influential games, because that was the most expensive game of all time and made the most money of all time, and still to continue literally a decade later still continues to make it is the most ongoing influential game for it not to be included.
You know, and when it comes in terms of like making money purely off of microtransactions and living off of that,
They
that
disgusting with it.
and maybe Fortnite, right? I'm surprised that would, or PUBG, like those weren't on there. We'll talk about that probably. I think IGN will have one or two of those, but those are
So, yeah.
super influential on like the ability to just live and exist. If microtransactions didn't happen, we'd already have GTA 6 by now. I'm telling you, we already
There's
would have.
also Demon Souls wasn't mentioned.
Oh yeah, dude.
Soulsborns.
Another Soul. If you create a genre, you're there, in my opinion.
Exactly. But you know what? I did. We are probably going to look at the IGN list next time and be like, yeah, okay, I expect that. So I do like the other perspective. It is nice. It is kind of like I would never have thought of that. Oh, yeah. You put some stuff on here for historical. I think the IGN list will be literally more of a what was popular at the time.
Absolutely. And we can probably talk about, I'll probably have some things that we're like, probably not. Like,
yeah.
Again, I know
a lot more of them. I'm just like, no.
You made a great argument for it, but I think Wii Sports is too high when it compared to like Halo, or when it compared to like a couple of the other things that we talked about.
That's true.
So yeah,
I agree with that too. And the fact that's why I'm like, is this a European list too? Because the fact that they put, or maybe an Asiatic list, or based in Asia, because nobody that it was born in North America is putting Final Fantasy 1 over Final Fantasy 7.
Wait, hold on. I missed the punchline. No! Plug in! Damn it! Plug in! Okay. Nobody that was born in what would know that. Huh?
Nobody born in like North America would put Final Fantasy 1 over 7 because
yeah.
Like that's just the one we know. And they did have Unreal Tournament on there. They didn't have Wolfenstein.
No.
And they had Doom on there, but it was really low. And Minecraft was also like 70.
Minecraft was in the 70s. Can you believe that? Like, as somebody who, like, you know, especially in art, it's cool to not like Minecraft or something.
Minecraft is fun, man. It's mindless fun. I just want to turn my brain off and play some Minecraft.
I just want to be cute and like dig. And that game is actually hard. That's actually a survival horror game. I will stand by that game.
Oh yeah.
It is not relaxing. It is hell. Especially if you're alone and you're by yourself and you're like, Mama, I don't
what's that noise?
A creeper is coming out of nowhere and just blowing up your entire fucking shit, and then you have to start from day one. Like, why the fuck won't you stay in?
Yeah. So, you know what, y'all?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Oh, okay. They really don't like. The ops are coming for her, so we're
My
gonna
computer.
end the
Yeah.
show. We will be back with part 2 next time. Next
Yeah.
week, Fame will be in our spot, so stay tuned for Fame. Doing 15 minutes of Fame tomorrow, 2 XP. That's where you'll see us again. Maybe me, maybe her. Who knows? We'll see. But we love you guys. Bordy, where can people find you?
And by the way, guys, I'm about to have a lot more time on my hands because I'm coming towards the end of me teaching these damn kids, which I
Yeah,
love. By the way,
yeah.
I always call them the damn kids, but
You got to, because you're
I
90.
because I'm 90. But I told Hugger like they were really actually sweet the other day, so like they're great. But them damn kids, maybe I might have more time to make some level 1 content. So maybe if you want to see like something that's comedic about games, I don't know. I'm thinking of ideas. So if you have any ideas, throw something in the fire, and I'll see what I might do. But I want to be funny in games and maybe stream here too, because I'm a little funny occasionally.
Yeah, she's a lot of funny.
I like making this one laugh. That's what I'll say.
Nerd.
You're a nerd, baby.
That's true.
Okay. My name is Bordy McBoard. I'm an esports caster. As I said, later on I'll be doing a Fortnite tournament sometime in the spring. I'm not hosting it. It's going to be hosted by some other company, but I'm going to be casting it. So look out for that sometime. And in the fall, or if you'd like your own esports tournament to be casted, go ahead, hit a girl up. I'll be I'm a free agent. Let me know. I need money, so hire me, please. No, just kidding.
Damn.
Desperation. But yeah, esports commentator, interview, hostess, blah blah blah. You can find me on most platforms as Bordy McBoard, BOREDYMCBORED. In fact, I will say hi right now in the chat. Go ahead, look at that. And that is the way that you spell it, BOREDYMCBORED. There are 3 little dots right there. Do. Go ahead, click onto that. You'll see some things up in the corner. I almost made her laugh too. I'm successful at what I do, guys.
I don't know what you're
There,
talking about.
no, making you laugh is hilarious. And adorable and cute. There will be a couple links. One of them is to my X app, Twitter. It's Twitter. Fuck Elon Musk. It's Twitter. It's fucking Twitter. You know, they just changed a retweet into a repost. You're fucking lame. Anyway, go ahead. You can retweet the stuff that me and Hugger might do, Lv1 might do, and you can go ahead and follow me. You'll see my link tree, and you can find all of my links. And some embarrassing links, some good links. I don't know. Go ahead and click on them to figure out what I might be doing. That might be a little bit old and outdated, but I still have it on my link tree because I don't delete things, and I should. And maybe one day I will stream. I need to stream. I really
you
do
need to stream.
I do. Thursday, maybe this Thursday, I will stream. If I do, it'll be on my bio, as I said, twitch.tv/Bordy McBoard. It's spelled the same way. And my a fucking plug in. I just want to be able to hear Hugger, please. Okay, I can hear you. Okay, great. I fucking fucked this plug, and I'm so fucking upset. Because I don't know how to fucking fix it. Because this is gonna take like I already blew it out with like what's it called? A fucking what's the thing that you
might have to resolder it.
Girl, you know how scary that sounds?
It might be the only way to fix it.
I know.
Snip and resolder. It's easy. Honestly, watch a YouTube tutorial. But before we get into that, you guys, again, subscribe, all that stuff, tweet, like, whatever. We love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Sorry.
Don't say sorry. We love you guys.
Don't say sorry.
See us tomorrow. See us any other time. please stay out of trouble, stay out of bad things, take care of each other, drink your water, and go have some fun with your family sometime this week. Bye, guys.